Doug, let's do the show.
Okay. All right.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, and we are broadcasting from the Stevel Studios. The show's called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Croup. And get involved. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Call in. Fridays are for phone calls. 314-974-0101. And talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA STL. I'm anxious to see what you do here at this Lifetime Roofing lead today.
No, it's not easy.
I think it's what the Doggies were able to do against Sporting KC.
Yeah.
You get up 2-0 and you lose that lead, that giveaway. Frustrating, to say the least. But then what Leuven was able to do made it all worth the sweat. But then at the same time, what Lucas Herbert's doing over in Carnoustie is amazing this morning. Are we on a 59 watch at Carnoustie/Royal Birkdale? Then again, the Cardinals are starting up the second half of their campaign, and you tend to default to the Cardinals. Here's the deal. There's so many options.
Yeah.
Where are you going to go with Dustin McClendon of Lifetime Roofing's Lifetime Roofing, STL.com lead?
Well, it's a difficult decision. I went to ESPN.com to see what their lead was, and their lead was LeBron James. Not sure what his next team is going to be.
I know. I am so intrigued by that.
Yeah, it might be a little thin.
What year is it? Is this the decision, Doug?
I guess it is.
Is Jim Gray involved with this?
Oh, I hope not. I think the lead is probably the Doggies, winning 3-2 over Sporting Kansas City.
Text
we are now tied for 11th place.
314-399-9646. Talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat and call in 314-974-0101.
There were just some telling stats last night. They had 416 accurate passes. In possession 53% of the time.
Enough soccer talk!
Oh, gosh.
That's from Jenna, and her last name is Tolles.
And he said, enough soccer talk?
Yep.
That's it.
I just barely got into it.
7:02.
That's correct, Martin, and also was ascended 7:01.
So we've got 3 hours and 58 minutes to go.
Okay.
And that's it
Yeah,
for
no
Talk.
after the morning.
What's
after
next,
on
Doug? All right,
Fridays.
there's the lead. Now what?
I don't know.
Now what? Moving on.
Seen feet look that good since I hacked Rex Ryan's iCloud account.
Was that from a goal last night? No, earlier.
The beginning, people were laughing. I thought it was a late night score.
Oh, yeah. Wonderful program. You had to catch it, though, in the 9 days that it was on before they got in the fight in the parking lot of the...
Is that the shortest run of any? I know we had a
Helen Fitzgerald's
homage to Cocktails and Conversation yesterday.
Oh, yeah. No, I feel like they were kind of power.
I think they were kind of ripping off the late night score, to be honest.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I wonder if we have some kind of litigation to pursue.
Biff and Show had a short run, but an illustrious run at that.
Yeah.
What's defined short run for them? Biff?
Well, they had a show on Fridays that Biff was paying for, and it kept getting bumped. Like the manager kept bumping it for like ultimate frisbee coverage.
Pepper and Genie didn't last too long.
But that was a la carte. You know, you could kind of get that where you wanted it.
Shut up, Jenna. Doug finally got something right. That's from Total Power Washing, Doug.
A little backhanded.
Power washing. Well, the Doggies are now 4-4-6, but 6 would be their losses because soccer has to do everything differently.
Here we go.
The record is 4-6-4.
We're going to lead with the Doggies, and now we're going to change the game.
Okay.
Here we go. This is the portion of the show. The beautiful game gets fixed by Doug Vaughn. Go ahead, Doug. What else do we need to fix?
Well,
an orange card would have been nice last night. They handed some yellows out.
Yeah, which,
would have been nice to see some orange.
Much,
Martin Nagy, I don't know if you guys are engaged in litigation over that security tape of the near accident in the Hubbard parking lot, but he is in the Form Energy YouTube chat, and he says the lead is Doug and Jackson's hats.
Well, I'm not wearing a hat.
By Doug, he meant Tim.
Okay.
Oh.
Easy to confuse.
I typed in Tim, and it said Doug. So you two have matching hats.
Well, it wasn't planned that way, but our friends at Polos Plus, they're the sponsor of the dossier, has created after the Morning After merchandise, T-shirts and hats. And Andrew Hubbard of polosplus.com sent those in yesterday, and I distribute them throughout the Morning After studios down the hallway. And if by that Iggy meant, and now Iggy has corrected it, Martin. Iggy has corrected it. Tim and Jackson's hat.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I just got my first coffee. So it's not his fault, Doug, that it was phrased wrong.
I'm sure he said that because he wants a hat for himself.
He got one.
Oh, good.
Got shirts and hats.
Okay.
Well, if it's game worn, then he can give it away eventually. But if it's not game worn, he can't give it away?
It's a
that the rule?
72-day contest, and I think we're on day 18.
It's just more valuable if he's actually worn it.
Is there one person that's keeping track of the hats?
Him.
Well, I don't even know about that.
Beyond that, probably not.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I got my ATMA shirt yesterday. I'll send a pic on Monday. That's from the South City Implant. You can get yours at polosplus.com. There is a TMA tab at the top of the page. Polosplus.com is the sponsor of the dossier. And if you have a business, if you have a team, if you have a school, neighborhood, whatever it might be that you want to create merchandise for, go to polosplus.com, sponsor of the dossier here on TMA. That's Andrew Hubbard, local company. And, man, I'm telling you, the quality brands they work with really make the hats, the quarter zips, the polos, T-shirts, it stands out. It really has been a wonderful partnership with polosplus.com. So if you have a business, I know that James Carlton, Seth Goldcamp, and Mark Hanna are all working with polosplus.com. So whether you want a TMA hat, an ATMA hat, or something for your business, go to polosplus.com. Doug, the response to you leading with the doggies has been polarizing, to say the least.
Well, what do they counter with? Okay, it's one thing to say, I don't like your choice, Doug.
Right.
Then give me the alternative. I had a producer who always said, no, that's terrible. No, don't do that. No, bad idea. And then I would stop and say, okay, what do you got?
If you got a problem, then you best have a solution. So what's the alternative, bitch? What you got?
Would that be a segment, Papers?
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Alternative? Put that right next to Rummage Sale. Tim Rummage Sale is back today.
I love Rummage Sale.
I'm an expert, you bitch.
Oh, there you go.
I don't know what the context is, and I said it.
I think that might have been that meeting at Kirkwood Brewhouse where you found out who the new GM was. I think that might have been the audio.
That wouldn't have been strong enough language.
Yeah, you got that going on, and a leaderboard that will keep no one watching at the British Open. If it continues, Doug, Lucas Herbert, and Jackson Suber are at the top of the leaderboard. But Colin Morikawa is lurking.
Yeah.
Scotty Scheffler will be out there later. There's like 12 hours of tee times. I don't know how many people are playing in this, but you can play until about 9 o'clock over there.
I think 12:57 a.m. Central Time was the first tee time this morning.
That Jackson Suber, he's already done.
It's crazy.
He is done. That's
Yeah.
right. He's at 6 under. Tip of the cap to him, sleeping on a lead for the first time in his career, and he goes out and he shoots 1 under. So
that's the first time he'd ever played a links course, first time he'd ever even been to Europe.
it was tip of the cap to him. And this Lucas Herbert, who I'm familiar with, but I sure as hell wouldn't expect him to be doing what he's doing. But I would also say that's probably not the lead. If we're going to present the problem, what is the solution? I don't know. My honest answer is I don't know. I guess Adam Wainwright's responded to Brandon Walker.
Yeah.
That probably has got the most people activated, if we're being honest about it.
That or just the fact that the Cardinals get started again today.
So now you're mad at your own lead?
No, I'm just tossing out other possibilities.
Well, you don't have to. The people who are mad need to have a solution, Doug.
Right.
Doug, I'm going to text in a lot today. That's from Doug Glatt.
Okay. We'll look for those texts.
Some people have big Friday plans. I love it. Honey, what do you got going today? Hold on. I haven't fired off a text in a couple minutes. Hold on. Kids are late for school? Doesn't matter.
Nope.
Big day of texting. Golf? Nope. Texting.
Tim's Offshore Bookie says, Martin, if you'd like to do a text audit, I gave you a possible alternative. And, the lead is, I think the lead should be how Tim's golf game has been lately. I haven't heard much on it. I guess. I don't know. I feel like that's part of Rummage Sale.
Yeah. I already have that tabbed for Rummage Sale.
Yeah, Rummage Sale.
Is it a Rummage Sale, garage sale, kind of all the same thing?
Yes.
Like a rumpus room?
What's the difference
Yard
between the
sale.
two?
Now, in the
the same.
state sale, that's different.
That's when somebody's passed on and they're
Okay.
clearing out some of the belongings.
Yeah, everything in the house. You actually, estate sale, you actually go in the house
It's a
and
little more.
rummage around.
Yeah, what do you have in this drawer over here? Like you're just
Yeah.
kind of rummaging through people's stuff.
Is everything for sale in the house?
It's not usually.
Okay.
Boy,
There's
this guy-
signs that say, off limits or not
Right.
here.
Like a gas-powered Sibian.
Yeah. I've been to a few. It's kind of fun if it's a really big mansion or something.
Do you
It's
think
kinda-
there's ever been an estate sale in these United States where a gas-powered Sibian was for sale?
gas-powered? Probably no. All electric? Sure.
Yeah, probably. I would
they
love
say?
to know.
And in this room over here, this gentleman had 72 hats. Have your pick.
Yeah, I can see that. That's believable.
We
The
went to an
Sibian.
estate. One of our neighbors, an older gentleman, years ago passed away. They had the estate sale. We went in, and he was an older gentleman. Everything in there was in one of my papers,
And then Nostalgia Merchant.
Nostalgia Merchant. He had glasses that were like St. Louis Hawks
Oh,
that were given away
pretty cool.
by
Oh, nice.
Coca-Cola in the 50s, and I got them for Greg Marisick because
Really?
because he was into the Hawks.
Yeah.
So I bought a set of glasses from the old.
I could see that. That seems like a good pickup. Or like old neon signs, like old neon bar signs. I think those are really cool.
Yeah.
I think those are
How
great
about this
decoration.
paper, June? We go to Village Bar this weekend. We have some lunch, and then we go estate hopping.
All right.
So that is done.
I could do that.
I went to one a couple years ago. Really cool house. Beautiful house. I'm looking around at some of the great stuff they had. And one of the guys working there says, "This is Terry Croupen's house."
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. And you told him that you...
I forgot
I'd
to
say the
tell
man's
him that. I
alive
should've-
and well.
Yeah. He was moving to the hill, I think.
I couldn't bring myself to watch that Wainwright video. Can we please stop engaging with this barstool troll? These fat-ass Cardinal fans need to get some self-awareness. Doug, that's from the Maplewood Mud Muffler.
Okay.
Triple M, they call them.
Why would you need to muffle mud?
Jackson?
muffle it. I don't,
Yep, there you go. There's your answer.
Well, I'm just trying to define what he means by muffle. Like, I don't know, Doug.
No, I don't either. I really don't.
What up, BS? What does that mean? I don't know.
What's
What,
BS?
what? Well, I mean, he used the word, the profanity that would lead to a fine if we were to say it on these air.
But it sounds like he's addressing something.
I don't know. Now it's what us, Bull S is the Cardinals' new schedule just came out. Why are we playing in Chicago on the 4th of July for the third consecutive 4th of July? I love playing them for the 4th of July, but why wouldn't it be an alternate stadium location series? Seems a little biased. Doug, that's from In DeBoer We Trust.
I wouldn't
the
worry about
Cardinals
it.
and the Blues. Martin, was that yesterday, the same day?
Yes,
Was
why?
that was a cuck sitch.
Why?
That was a cuck.
It's almost as if the MLB said, "Yeah, well, we got a schedule too." I've never understood. I've said it every year when baseball does this. We don't need it in the middle of July. I don't. Are you making plans, Doug, for March 25th?
Well, number one, it's not going to happen.
No.
So we can. I mean, this is kind of like when was it National Rentone? I don't know. They're all under the Enterprise umbrella. Put the naming rights on the fake stadium downtown.
Right. The good renderings. Though.
Look, I love rendering.
Yeah, with the blue water of the Mississippi and
I think there was
guys
a
on
dolphin
waters.
in there.
On yachts.
Yes.
There were yachts pulled up.
You know. And I remember having a conversation with Kevin Demoff. He goes, I mean, you could have just turned it into the Inside STL Stadium. He goes, it's not happening. So, good for National Rent-A-Home because they are National Rent-A-Car, whatever the hell it is, because, it's not happening. So they got a little publicity out of it. So, here's the baseball schedule that won't be taking place. So, we can get upset about it, I suppose, but I would put it at minus 500 that opening day series and the home opener against the Kansas City Royals a week later. They open up in Cincinnati, I think.
Yeah, then they go to Chicago, which would be fun in early March, or late March, rather. Excuse me.
It
Early
could
in
be
the
cold.
season.
That would have been funny, though, if you did the Inside STL Stadium and somehow it actually went through. The Rams send you an invoice for $150 million.
Hey, guys, might need to do a cash call right quick.
Yeah, we need
What's
100.
this one? Oh, God, I don't know. I know it's usually a couple grand, but this time can we put together $100 million right quick?
I owe the Rams $150 million.
Damn that Stan Kroenke.
Yep.
He called the bet.
Yeah, called me down.
I did see Jack Flaherty tweet, random schedule drop.
Is that what he said?
Yes.
Yeah. Where did that? We knew the NHL's was coming.
Correct.
Baseball, I don't feel like there's any to the SEC and to the NFL's credit, they make it an event. This was just like a pop-up schedule. What the hell happened?
I mean, the NFL leaks a couple big ones for a couple days, and then here we go, and fans gather around to find out what is the schedule. And baseball just throws it out a couple days after the All-Star game. It just gets a release. Nobody cares. They do it every year. You can make your plans for 240 days from now, Doug.
I'm trying to think of a reason why they would do it. Is it? And
They
this may
always
be
do
thin.
this. It's always in the middle of the summer. It never made sense.
Is it always the day after the All-Star game? or
That
during
I
All-Star
don't know,
break?
but it always comes out in the middle of the summer, and you're like, well, do I need this right now? Can I get through 2026 first? What if they put out a schedule and it just blacked out?
They released the 2026 regular season schedule for on August 26, 2025.
So it was earlier this year.
More than a month earlier.
Maybe this is the owners trying to get you so excited about 27.
Could it be them possibly trying to put pressure on the players to reach
Because
an
the
agreement?
schedule's
That'll
out.
do it.
The fans are going to say, "Wait a minute, I'm going to not see this opening season."
Well, good news. Bryce Harper talked, and he is not concerned about missing any games. This is from the All-Star game this weekend in Philadelphia. So I say it's minus 500 that this isn't going to happen, at least the start of the season. Bryce Harper's confident.
Do you worry at all that there might not be a 27 season because of the labor?
Do I worry about it?
Yeah.
I don't worry about it. I think the opportunity for players to get paid is what this is all about. You know, that's why we have the no cap and what we do and what we've done for so long, starting with Kurt and Flood, when he started everything.
Can you see any circumstance that a cap would be accepted?
No.
And we're off.
He's not worried about it. He's going to get by, Doug.
Well, he doesn't have to worry about it because he's got hundreds of millions of dollars.
No.
But the guys at the bottom of the scale, they're worried about it.
So they get paid, players get paid from April to October during the season. So if there are some feeling the pressure, hey, it won't happen during December, January. But
No.
it sounds like Bryce Harper, and the voices of the player have always been the prominent, really wealthy.
Right.
You usually have a Max Scherzer on the committee who's making $50 million from the Mets. Might still be this year. I don't know.
And already have $100 million in the bank somewhere.
Or more.
Yeah.
Harper's comments about the salary cap and the lockout are absolutely disgusting.
These mofos are way too greedy. That's from the never-ending wipe.
Okay. Well, you got to figure that they're going to take a hardline negotiating stance anyway. He's not going to, in an interview like that, say, well, I don't know, maybe we might be willing to bend a little bit. They never talk like that. We'll find out when it gets close to the deadline. Then you find out where they're really willing to go.
Let me ask you boys this. You can put on predictionary. That, what is it, March 28th, I think, is the opener?
25th for the Cardinals.
25th. Wow. Really?
Yeah.
Well, they're getting earlier and earlier.
Gonna be a
March
little-
24th.
Really?
The earliest.
Might need smudge pots in the outfield.
The season begins the 24th. The Cardinals begin the 25th.
Yeah.
Well, we're
yes.
getting conflicting information. What we'll do is we'll take the weekend and we'll get it confirmed, and we will come back on Monday and give you the actual date of the fake opener for the 2027 season.
24th.
The
24th
Cardinals
has
are
been
the 25th.
confirmed.
Well, 20. Yeah, Cardinal. But
The
you're,
Cardinals
We just
on the
can't get an
20th.
answer.
Tim, the Cardinals
Well, the
season
question
begins
was
on the 25th.
right. Was the question MLB or the
I'd
Cardinals?
have to rewind the tape.
Okay. If it's MLB, it's 24th. Cardinals 25th.
Sorry, I was admiring Doug's hat.
I'm not wearing a sky piece.
Cardinals at Reds, 25th. March 25th. Will that game take place? Doug Vaughn.
No.
Martin Kilcoyne.
No.
Jackson Burkett.
No.
All right, we're in lockstep.
I mean, at this point, how could you say with any confidence that it would happen?
After hearing Bryce Harper, I'm not so confident.
Right? I mean, even before that.
So do you think they'll have spring training?
No.
No.
You don't think they'll negotiate, have it?
No, I still think we should go down there in case.
I agree.
I do too.
Camp breaks.
I gotta get back on the Grove.
Yeah, I think just in case camp breaks, you want to be there,
I think
boots on the ground, first day.
I think McGreevy would fly in just to do the show and say, sorry, but we're still in a lockout.
Right. Well, just to be safe, you want to be there in close proximity. 'cause
Hey,
this
we're
could
here,
break
guys,
any
for the whole
moment.
week. Nevin Shapiro's going to stop by. Marlins man's on the dossier.
Yeah.
We got a full
we'll
show.
Be breaking picket lines just to hang out there for 20 minutes.
I would guess they would have it and continue to negotiate through spring training so that if they reach a deal, they'll be ready to go.
I don't think they can. You mean
can't
the
do
regular
that.
players?
You can't do that. You can't do it.
You
They have
can't do it without
they have no agreement.
When does the agreement expire? Right at the end of this season?
It's, I believe, December of 26 is when the CBA expires. So you can't do that for
Well, I thought
reasons.
Yeah, well, I thought both sides.
But I think we
would
should
probably
still do
prefer
the
it.
show to kind of give people hope.
So we set up the picnic table?
Yeah.
Nice. All right, how about this one? The first game back, just like tonight, against the Diamondbacks, is in Kansas City after the All-Star break, July 16th. Will that take place?
Yes. I'll say yes. It probably will.
Papers?
Yeah.
I will go no.
Okay.
Mark it down. Mark it down.
Boy, that would stink. So
I think
July
it's time.
16th.
I think I'll be packing a lunch for this one, boys. This is the owner's salary cap digging in, and they're ready to wait them out. I think they might be ready to wait them out for all of 27.
God, that would be horrible. I mean, we'll be fine because I don't really care about sports, but for the fans, I'm concerned.
They've had seasons in the past when they've had labor problems where they've played part of a season. So
This one does feel different.
1995. Doug, was that Scott Cooper with a game-winning hit?
St. Louis is Cooperstown.
Nice.
So I think if they could squeeze anything out of a schedule, just a couple months worth, I think they might do it.
Well, you know what's going to pick you up, Doug? Next year, next February is the beginning. The MLS is altering their schedule.
Well, they really.
So to get to they're going to have more of a fall to spring schedule.
To mirror the European.
To kind of
That's right.
So if you're thinking about it, think like the Blues season ish. That's what MLS is going to.
August to May.
But to kind of get there, they're having next year starting in February a sprint season.
You like that?
It's a 14-game sprint season.
Won't that be kind of cold here in the winter?
Well, they actually do it already, but the 14-game sprint season will be it, the 2027 season. I like that little sprint season, Doug.
Yeah.
And then they'll reset and come back with the new format.
Even teams like Minnesota are going to play their games in December and January outdoors.
I don't know what the Minnesota Stadium situation is for their soccer team. Might be indoors already.
I don't think so.
In Europe, they play throughout the winter and do it with, it's cold, but it's not that bad.
Jordan Walker will be the defending home run derby champion for 2 straight years if there's no first half and no All-Star festivities. Doug, that's
Silver
our
lining.
mailman, Rob.
A little silver lining there.
Okay.
I think we have him over to Francis Park. We have a little, and because of the lockout, we get creative.
Ooh,
Off the
Little
handball
wiffle ball.
courts.
Wiffle ball league.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not bad to do.
Get all the Cardinals involved.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd all run to be involved in that.
We could offer deferred payment.
T-shirts or something.
Yeah. Probably the Inside STL Rams sponsorship money.
That's right.
That fund that was cultivated.
Hey, Martin, is MLS doing a sprint season? LOL. That's from Cheese Deluxe. I don't get it, but I'm just reading what was just sent in. What does that mean?
Martin's face was very, very good right there.
I don't know. That's what they're calling it. They're doing a 14-game season. They're calling it a sprint season.
If there is no season, could we get 162 Get Ready With Me videos from Tim to keep us entertained? That's from the convex piece of Tim's skull.
Get ready.
It's the left
with
side
me?
of my skull. That's the convex side. Yeah, I'll get you ready.
Well, what are you going to do to get us ready?
Well, tonight the Cardinals would take on the Cincinnati Reds, but of course the players and the owners haven't come to an agreement. But let's take a look at what this would look like if these clubs were playing.
Okay.
Number one, it'd be in Cincinnati, so they'd be wearing Navy caps.
Ooh, there we go.
See,
That's
so
exciting.
automatically I start with the positive.
Yeah.
And then if you're doing TV, you say, on this date in Cardinal history. And then you show Mark Whitten, and they say, boy, I miss baseball. Back to you.
So opening day, in theory, would be in Cincinnati on the 25th. So
I'm sorry, but why is that confusing?
I just wanted to reiterate, it's okay to ask clarifying questions. And so if they were to start the season in Navy caps, how would that not be the 12th championship season? That's what they're robbing us from next year.
Okay.
To start the season with Navy caps, sets the tone.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to look up the last time the Cardinals started the season in Navy caps. It would probably be 2012 or 2013 when they wore them religiously on the road.
I believe they got away from the Navy caps following the 12 season.
Okay, so let me look where they 2013.
And why I still don't know. But, Doug, someday we will return to glory. Maybe it'll come back with a salary cap.
Yeah.
Chairman Kurtz written the song of the 2026 summer.
Yeah, big hit.
Davy Caps on the road.
Yeah.
So this is stumbles into the lead guy because
No, the lead was the Doggies, and we broke that down.
So we moved on.
Jackson, you go?
To the Doggies game last night?
Yeah.
I did not. I had some friends who went, but I did not go.
Sweet Kai?
No, Privatism, Pete.
You go with oatmeal or with Herb?
Neither, because neither live here, unfortunately.
Suspicious.
Herb lives in Manhattan, and
Why?
right, I know. I tell him every day, you're wasting your time out there, dude.
Good for you.
Let's go see him. Let's go to the estate sale, hop a plane, and go see Herb.
Oh, he would love an estate sale.
Yeah, they're kind of fun. If you get a nice big house, it's just kind of fun to walk around and see what
Sure.
they got.
I could see it.
Martin, some of us are in the YouTube chat. That's from Jake and St. Genevieve. What does that mean?
Why is all these addressed to Martin?
I don't know, but I'm just reading because of the Cheese Deluxe text.
He said I said it 4 times, and I did because I think it's hilarious. It's called the sprint season, which I think is funny. Maybe baseball can steal that. And when they come back, Tim, maybe about September 1st of 27,
Oh, sprint season.
they'll have a 20-game sprint season.
3 weeks of double
I
headers.
mean, we
Golden
experienced
Pats,
it a
sprint
little
seasons.
bit in 2020, and the Dodgers themselves are kind of like, yeah, we won the World Series in 2020, but we don't really count it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's there, but until they got a real one for a full 162, it was kind of like, yeah, you got the one in 2020, but still, it's kind of like you really didn't win in
Yeah, wasn't it?
going back until 1988.
Who was it? Was it like Justin Turner or Max Muncy was like riddled with the novel coronavirus while he was like playing in the series?
And they got shamed because they celebrated and they took their mask off for the celebration.
Yeah,
That was outrage.
I remember it so vaguely.
What about this, Tim? Maybe Hahn can do a 162-day hat giveaway if the season gets canceled. That's from the Fluffer Nutters fan page moderator. I kind of like that.
Not bad idea at all.
I was joking around, you guys. I love Martin. I'm just messing around. That's from Cheese Deluxe.
Okay,
That's regarding
cheese.
the sprint season text. I only remember you saying sprint season one time.
Is there a specific name for a season that's been condensed?
Well, Doug, I'm glad you asked. The MLS is having what they call a sprint season.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Cardinals suck. Can we start now and cancel the rest of the 2026 season?
Is that from Brandon Walker? He texted into the show.
That's from the 618.
Gosh, I'm excited to see some ball tonight.
Absolutely.
Let's get going. McGreevy gets the first start.
Is that announced? Because MLB.com
Yes.
doesn't have the starter for the
Oh, yeah.
Cardinals.
Like,
Okay.
you're not on that Cardinal media relations text? They sent out the starters for the weekend. It's McGreevy, May, and Palante to start off this evening in downtown Phoenix. Anybody been in downtown Phoenix recently? It's
the last
there's
7
nothing
years.
doing. Everything around Phoenix is
Moved to
Kind of
Scottsdale.
spread out. Yeah.
Scottsdale, Glendale's where the Cardinals are.
Yeah.
All right, so we're following their model. We don't need.
But I haven't
downtown.
been there in a while. I don't know if it's changed.
been-
Anyway, with that established, McGreevy texted me like at 10:50 yesterday, Martin, because he was supposed to be on the program, and said, I just woke up, and that would not have worked out. I shouldn't have said that I was doing it. And then a few hours later, I said, are you flying over there tonight? Are you going to go over there tomorrow? Because it's such a, I don't know what that would be, like a 45-minute flight maybe from, I would guess, San Diego to Phoenix. And then he sent me a picture, and he's in the back seat as his mom and dad were driving him over to Phoenix.
I actually thought about that. You could drive over like a
about
little
a
family road trip.
About a 5-hour and 20-minute drive.
Yeah. You go through
Like
Palm
St. Louis to
Springs.
Chi-Town stand up.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, that's from downtown San Diego to downtown Phoenix. I'm sure it's a different route where his family lives and where they're going. And
If they live in California and you're a big league pitcher and you're going to be on the mound and everything, that's perfect.
I
Hop
bet
in
that's a
the
fun
car.
drive. Man, I'm sure it's a lot of desert, but
He's a grown man making close to $1 million a year. What was his signing bonus? Like $3 million. He's in the backseat. Dad, can we stop and get something to eat?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you revert back to being a
can I have
kid.
some of those combos?
I think it's required. I think you got to get there the night before. We got to make sure you're there.
I'm sure pitchers would, if you're making the starts the next day.
Remember in the playoffs, Doug, they'd fly him home ahead
The starting
yeah.
pitcher.
because they were
Yeah.
going to pitch the next game and they couldn't possibly get home late and have their sleep disrupted.
No.
Hey, did you guys see Wayno's reply to Brandon Walker? It's from my
Okay.
ET.
Yes, we did. We've talked about it already.
But we haven't played it.
No, we haven't.
But the Maplewood Mud Muffler doesn't want us to play it because he's embarrassed by it and says the Cardinal Fats need to get some self-awareness.
And we're supposed to do whatever the Mud Muffler tells us what to do?
I kind of think if you look at the operating agreement, he does have creative control.
I don't know that he does.
He should call in.
Call in Maplewood Mud Muffler. Fridays are for phone calls. The Callier and Thompson phone lines. The number is 314-974-0101. You can also text in Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. And you got that Form Energy YouTube chat. 7,050 friends have subscribed to the TMA STL YouTube channel, including Fish and Hunt. He's in there, Doug.
Is he really?
Yeah, Fish and Hunt's talking to Gene Thomas and Marky Mark. And, of course, Mr. Burkett's Rideshare's talking to the Nipper School Monitor, and Scorsy and Jake and St. Genevieve's talking to Mr. Seawalk. So they're all in there. They're all having a wonderful morning, and they're going to spend it here with us on TMA 101 ESPN.
Well, it's finally happened, Doug.
What?
Tim's had enough. Maybe
He
the
just
text
stormed
line
out?
broke him. Maybe your lead, your choice of the lead broke him.
Yeah. Well,
He's
we
had
all have our
enough.
breaking points. Apparently, he had reached his. I reached mine a long time ago. I don't have the gumption to get up and go.
Maybe he noticed that John Rice, #troublemaker, texted in.
What do you have to
John
say?
Rice said if we have no 2027, maybe we could have a meet and greet with the TMA crew on opening day. There you go.
That instead of a baseball game? We got to go and meet these people?
How about it? Meet and greet.
Well,
Tim, are you layering up for the winter season that is Hubbard studios.
I really thought Jackson told me we had 3.5 minutes, and I'm like, all right, that'll be enough time for me to run down to my car and get the. This is a hoodie.
Yeah.
And I'm going to bundle up here as it. What do you think it is in the studio? What do you think the temperature?
I'd say maybe 60, 65-ish.
I was going to say 64.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel under.
I got the under. If you touch the table, you'll choose the under.
Yeah.
Don't touch the table.
The program's called The Morning After. I don't know how much time I missed. I went down to my car to get a hoodie.
About 38 seconds.
Wow, that's not bad.
Nah.
Well, the people want to hear this Adam Wainwright thing. And so we give the people what they
Okay,
want.
sure.
So Brandon Walker of Barstool was irritated that Jordan Walker won the home run derby and then went after the Cardinal fans for calling themselves the best fans in baseball. Cardinal fans, some then engaged him, parentheses, giving him what he wanted, end parentheses, and then to continue to get content created during the slowest week on the sports calendar. He then further went after Cardinal fans who went after him by saying Busch Stadium is not one of the top 5 ballparks in the country because Cardinal fans, I guess, were saying that it was. And then described the only reason why it would be considered good is the skyline backdrop. And then they observed that the St. Louis skyline really isn't much of a skyline at all. It's just the arch. And then described the arch as a belly button ring.
I didn't care for that.
So Adam Wainwright has now engaged. Here is what he had to say yesterday.
All right,
What's up? This is Adam Wainwright. I don't usually respond to, videos about hating on the Cardinals and fans and these kinds of things because there's, a lot of... If you're from a different fan base, you're never going to love another fandom or a team the same way you love your own team. So I get it. This guy's taking it a step too far. I mean, look, I know you run a show, it's Barstool. I know you guys got to create some story headlines and you love when there's drama and all that stuff. And you're going to come back and you're going to say oh, that's what I really believe. But it's kind of ridiculous. You guys don't know the fan base better than I do. I don't care what you say. So I'm speaking from a point of know-how, of experience. I played there for 18 years. I am still a huge fan of the organization. But I'm going to tell you something. The Cardinal fans are not walking around saying we're the best fans in baseball. Cardinals fans got that. They got that label because they are the best fans of baseball. I mean, I've played everywhere. They are. And I'll tell you this, as a player there, sometimes they're such good fans of the game of baseball. It's almost frustrating sometimes because they're cheering for the other team when they make great plays. They're cheering for the other team when they do something super fundamental. If you go to a Cardinals game, let's say it's the 7th inning of July 30th, it's hotter than you-know-what outside. Some people are like, oh, they're not on their feet screaming and yelling. I've always told players this too. This is not a knock on Cardinal fans. Cardinal fans are paying attention. Cardinal fans not necessarily going to the games partying, drinking all the beers. The Cardinal fans, it's a grandpa, a dad, and a son or a daughter sitting there, and they're going, all right, son, let me tell you why he's going to put the hit and run on here, or let me tell you why that was a good pitch. I've noticed it from years and years of watching and talking to people. They're engaged in the game. They're paying attention. They're hanging on every pitch in different ways than other places that have their shirts off. And now we got the tarps off thing going on, whatever. But as everyone does. But most of the time, they're paying attention. They know the count. They know how many outs there are.
I think the best fans in baseball thing started with Peter Gammons a decade or more ago when he was still a big guy and one of the lead analysts on the networks. And he came out and said back when the Cardinals were filling the stadium every game and regularly getting in the playoffs. I think he was the one who said these are the best fans in baseball. And he said it multiple times and it just kind of caught on. It was hard to argue back then when they, fill in the stadium all the time.
I think the Cardinal way is what really rubbed people, really got people. Now, BFIB, we would even make fun of it here, but I think around sports media, other markets, when they kept hearing the Cardinal way, the Cardinal way, even though it was internally something that George Kissel did, and it became more of a talking point externally. I think Matheny said it a lot. That really rubbed people. Oh, okay, nobody plays the game like you guys play.
I always wondered what it was that they did different than every other team. I couldn't really pinpoint anything.
Well, I think George Kissel just had his own book, literally a book that he went by. That, to me, is when people really, and the Cardinals were good at the time, going to World Series. Oh, the Cardinal, oh, here we go. That, to me, stood out. But God bless Waino. He said, like, he admitted they're doing this for engagement. This is going to further the engagement.
Here is probably, Doug, where you got the Peter Gammons tie-in, the history of the Cardinals in St. Louis with the phrase, the best fans in baseball. This comes from a column written by SB Nation's Larry Granilla in 2013. The phrase best fans in baseball has been no doubt uttered about every team in the major leagues at least once. Athletes say it all the time whenever they want to thank the crowd for cheering them on or packing the ballpark or whatever. But for some reason, the phrase has stuck very closely to the St. Louis Cardinals. So close, in fact, that this October has been filled with mocking references to those 5 words in a bit of a backlash. So this ties into the 2013 World Series and the 2013 NLCS. The only problem is no one can really say for sure when or why the phrase became so popular. Let's see what we can find. In 1992, Jim Leyland, then the manager of the Pirates, is quoted as saying, quote, I think St. Louis has the best fans in baseball. They appreciate good play no matter which team makes it. They've always seemed to appreciate good effort. In 1993, Peter Gammons wrote, Cardinals owner August A. Bush III is something. He has the best fans in baseball. End quote. That's all well and good, but a few passing references to the best fans in baseball 20 years ago isn't going to cut it here. No, to find where this whole thing started, we have to go to the 2000 NLCS, where the Cardinals lost to the New York Mets 4-1. On October 13th, 2000, after the Cardinals lost both games 1 and 2 at home, Brian Lewis of the New York Post led off his column like this, quote, as the NLCS began, the baseball world heard all about the supposed home field advantage St. Louis has, how the best fans in baseball would lift the Cardinals to wins in games 1 and 2, how the Redbirds would arrive at Shea up 2-0. That is a pretty telling clue right there. The baseball world, quote, heard all about how the best fans in baseball would lift the Cardinals. Sounds to me like a certain narrative was talked about quite a bit on the Fox broadcast that weekend, maybe enough to cement the phrase in everybody's subconscious in such a way that we're still talking about it all these years later. Could be, but they weren't the only one. Here's part of an October 12th story from 2000 titled Cardinals Tip Caps to the Best Fans in Baseball. Quote, the St. Louis Cardinals always welcome an opportunity to show off one of their better contributors. It's a reserve without reserve. It's in a uniform but can't play. Quote, it's our 10th man, Tony La Russa said, of the red-clad legion of fans so devoted, so involved, they almost feel like an extra player. And from Fernando Vina in 2000, they're aware of everything. They cheer at the right times for the right things. And from Jim Edmonds in 2000, they know what's going on. And Edmonds was so moved by the Cardinal fans that he signed a multi-year contract through 2006 this year, even though he had been determined to try free agency. And Mark McGwire credited the Cardinal fans when he signed his extension with calling them the best fans in baseball. I actually think that that is about right in that time, because that's when I started hearing it. I think it played a role in the surprise that many around the country had that McGwire, Edmonds, Rowland, these guys came here and then would sign these extensions because they loved it here. And I think then when the Cardinals were trying to get public support for the stadium, it was their way to market it that this is baseball heaven and the best fans in baseball deserve the best stadium in baseball. And I think that is where it expedited to being something that now may irritate some people around the country. So there is the context of a historical best fans in baseball story.
But it sounds better when players are saying it than fans telling everybody we're the best fans in baseball. It's a great baseball market. They have great baseball fans, great history. I don't think we need to debate it. The best fans, the best fans. But I agree. McGuire, Edmonds, guys who played in California, came here, Doug, to our little prairie town and loved it.
Oh, a little prairie town.
And the team was good, and the building was packed. So that makes it something that's enjoyable for a player, I'm sure. And the fans loved being called the best fans in baseball, so they hopped on it and perpetuated that stereotype.
There's no doubt that this guy is getting a lot of play out of it, but I wonder if there's some overlap because he got really sideways with Mizzou fans because he had always picked Mizzou to win big games, and he said then the Mizzou fans turned on him, and he got papers tried to get him on the show. He wrote back, F Mizzou.
Oh.
So I wonder if there's a little overlap that he's annoyed with the fan base in this particular area.
Could be.
But it's fine. You know what it is? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no,
it doesn't matter.
I don't really know why.
I don't know how much a fan base would really affect a baseball game. I mean, it's great to have them on your side, but I don't know if they really help you hit that pitcher who's throwing 98 miles an hour.
I do think when you talk with guys who've played in front of big crowds, and then when you have the Marlins experience, for example, but certainly not the only place, but probably over the last 3 decades, the most synonymous with an empty, apathetic ballpark, that you get more fired up when you're playing in front of a big crowd. So that's certainly, now whether or not it actually contributes to dialing in, I suppose one could make the case that maybe you prepare more because you sense greater importance when there are 45,000 people in there as opposed to whatever you got down in the Marlins operation.
I guess. I think if it made a huge difference, home and away records would reflect that a little bit. This year the Cardinals 26-26 at home, 24-19 on the road. You know, that varies, of course, year to year. I just don't think in baseball the crowd means as much as it does in maybe football or hockey. I don't know. It's just my feeling.
And I can see how the comments would trigger fans, and they will feel the need to respond. And Adam Wainwright has always been a advocate of the Cardinal brand, and so it fits that he would do it. I don't know why any other media type would respond. I would just say, let this guy do his thing. He's got his comments. You don't need to chime in. Yeah. Now, Wainwright wanting to be a part of it, that's sort of what he does. That doesn't surprise me. But if I were a media person, I would say, it's fine. Who cares?
Yeah. This will blow over another day. Once the season starts up again. Well, today.
Jackson, try and get him on and see if he writes back, F the Cardinals. And then during the hockey season say, hey, Brandon, wanted to do some hockey talk? F the Blues.
I think he is a Blackhawks fan.
There you go.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think because he lives in Chicago now with Barstool. I don't think hockey was a big thing for him in Mississippi.
Yeah, that's what I was. That was why I responded that way. Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It comes up on the Polos Plus dossier in a couple hours. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Doug, you see this forecast? We got a problem coming up next week. I want you to know that.
A little steamy?
Yeah, all of a sudden, here we go. 95 on Monday, 95 on Tuesday. Heads up. And if you have any issues today, you're going to have 90, 91, 92 tomorrow, 91 on Sunday with your HVAC system. You go to designairservice.com and work with Seth Goldcamp, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. We recommend you become a client as well. Support the sponsors. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Village Bar, located in De Pere, been there forever. Used to be the old general store for folks in the area. It's evolved into the best place to go for lunch, dinner, hang out for happy hour with your friends, your family, get that cheeseburger we've been talking about forever. And if you order a cocktail, make sure you ask for $18.79. Those are the spirits being made in the barn out back, award-winning throughout the region. Talking about the Red Barn vodka, all the different flavors. Kind of fun this summer if you're having a backyard get-together. Grab a bottle of Red Barn vodka, one of the many flavors available. Dark Havana rum, mix it up a little bit. 1879distilling.com is the website where you can read about the whole history. It's a great site, and it will tell you about all the different products. Tomorrow, Saturday, is when they open up the tasting room. You can do that from noon to 5. That's right there, connected to Village Bar, the blue building. It's sort of like a speakeasy. You go in, it's a really cool spot. And they've got merchandise in there. Check it out. Get some of the products, sample the products, and then walk away with a bottle for your friends at $18.79. All part of the Village Bar right there in De Pere. Great spot to hang out. And now, home to the award-winning spirits made in the barn out back.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals back in action tonight in Phoenix, taking on the Diamondbacks. Michael McGreevy on the mound for the Redbirds, Merrill Kelly on the mound for the Diamondbacks. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Jam. Doug, tell me this isn't the jam. I'll fight you.
I don't know that it's much of a jam.
Is it a callback?
Yeah, I forgot to play it yesterday.
You issuing an apology?
No, this is my apology by
How
playing
about
it.
that?
What about
that's my
Papers
favorite part right
Friday loose ends? Things you forgot to play.
Things I forgot.
This guy's playing golf today, Martin.
I'm back, baby.
Where are you playing?
Gateway.
Got to compress it there.
Well, that won't stop me.
Gosh.
Sounds like it's flip season. TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, speaking of golf, which of course is, in my mind, the devil's tool, Lucas Herbert is in fine form and leading the British Open. He is approaching the 18th tee, and he is on 59 watch.
I missed a big opportunity on 17.
Just missed a
Royal
short birdie
Birkdale.
putt.
Yeah. So he will need to eagle 18. That, of course, is 0.02% is what I got it as. But he is shooting 9 under par on the par 70 Royal Birkdale course, and he is your leader. It is a leaderboard with strangers at the top of it. Lucas Herbert, Jackson Suber, Cameron Young, Daniel Brown, Matt Wallace. I would imagine most people may recognize one of those names. Colin Morikawa is also tied for 5th. He is at 4 under par. Scotty Scheffler will be teeing off shortly, as will Bryson DeChambeau. Rory McIlroy was thinking he would mount a charge with just being able to bomb it over everything. He was 155th out of 156 yesterday, strokes gained putting, and kind of went after the greens in his post-round comments.
He's moved on from his legacy.
Yeah,
now he's worried about the greens.
and discomfortable with where he is. So that is how things are going over at the British Open. For the record, Rory McIlroy is 2 under through 13 today, and even par. The projected cut as of this moment is even par. The leader is Lucas Herbert, whose tee shot on 18 just went off to the right. Doug, there now you have been updated. Okay. You can follow Jackson's round today, and you're on Twitch with that?
Yeah, of course. Even if Herbert is to just par this hole, he will set the lowest 18-hole score in the history of all men's major championships.
Hold on a second. Was that?
9 under would be the lowest. As I'm reading here, the Open Championship single-round record is 8 under par 62, set by, I could give you 100 guesses, you wouldn't get it, Brandon Grace, set during the 3rd round of the 2017 tournament, again at Royal Birkdale. So that stands as the lowest 18-hole score in the history of all men's major championships.
Not just the British Open, but all majors.
All majors.
That's hard to believe.
9 under would be the lowest ever?
That's what I'm reading here.
Wow. Color me intrigued, Doug.
Yeah.
You can text in 314-399-9646. That Herbert dude just rubs me the wrong way for some reason. It looks like he forgot his shoes this morning. Doug, that's from the X and Espresso. What does that mean?
I don't know.
It looks like he forgot his shoes.
Looks like he's wearing tennis shoes, maybe.
Looks like he forgot it.
Xander Schauffele holds 2 of those lowest round totals of the top 5.
Birthday Hawk with an observation on the leaderboard. Sometimes strangers become lovers. Think about that, I guess. And
Well,
like I said, I guess.
Sure, that could happen. You meet someone, hit it off right away.
Bryson to miss the cut, hammered. In DeBoer We Trust says that is free money for Bryson to miss the cut. Papers, are you making a play on that?
He doesn't tee off until probably for another hour and a half. And he's at 3 under right now, so I would be surprised.
You'd have to kind of implode today.
Yeah,
he would really have
to
to stink today. And based on Lucas Herbert, on 59 watch earlier today, I would be surprised. Seems like scoring conditions are pretty good.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if the wind is going to kick up all of a sudden, if that's the reason. In the board we trust, give me your reasoning. I would love to hear it. Text in, call in, and talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat. The text number is 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service sponsors it. Callier and Thompson sponsors the phone lines, and Form Energy sponsors the YouTube chat. And you can subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube chat. Hey, Tim, what's the number to call in? I must have missed it the 20 times you said it already. Doug, that's from Medic 2008.
Okay.
There's a part of me that feels like that was passive-aggressive. But I want to take a moment and explain the industry to Medic 2008. People pay for sponsorships, and then I have an obligation to make sure that they get their proper number of mentions as contractually agreed upon between the two parties, Hubbard Radio and the client. And so, therefore, that is why I do that. If you have any other questions, though, I am available at McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Or if you just like to continue in your anonymity, you can do so in the Form Energy YouTube chat, and I'll be happy to talk to you about how this show's been around for 22 years, and you can get a taste.
Oh, taste of what?
I don't know. So Jackson played the song.
Tim just read that inside the Stiefel Studios, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
That's right. You can get a taste. I'll sit. There it is.
Tyga.
That tiger.
Tyga.
There he is right there. Doug, they're still not happy over in England. They really aren't happy, actually. I have a feeling this might be going on for a couple of weeks.
Oh, I'd say longer.
Crushing World Cup defeat.
Oh.
Yeah.
I am telling you. Papers, this is our guy.
Mark Goldbridge.
I mean, this is our guy.
Kind of might need to get him on.
You think he'd be available, or would he say
I bet he would. No, I don't think he has a passion to take on our SEC football team, nor our Major League Baseball team.
Mark, would you say we're the best fans in baseball?
They did play in London. They played for
That's right.
London
Cubs
Stadium.
Cards?
Yeah.
Here he is, Doug. He's not doing well.
Okay.
Getting trolled a little bit.
I'd like to hear it. Yeah.
SK says my wife's just left me. What a time to do it. I mean, that she's got the finishing skills of Erling Haaland. That is a finish. I'm leaving you right before England comes on the telly. I mean, you're just not going to try and talk it through. You're not going to say, let's talk about it. Hold on a minute. You're just going to have to take it. That is absolutely ruthless. I'll tell you what, if she was playing up front for Ghana, she'd win the Golden Boot for finishing like that. How many donuts can you fit on it, Mark? Oh, God. Why do I... This is the trouble this time at night. You sometimes aren't as sharp-witted. How many donuts can you... Whoever that number 20 is from South Africa is not a professional footballer. Johnny Sins has got more ball control than him, says Jack. I don't know who Johnny Sins is. Who does he play for?
So
Sounds like the Colonel's post-game show.
Yes, it is.
How many donuts can you fit on it, Mark? Oh, God.
They're getting to him. It had a real...
Kind of like Frank reading a text and not realizing.
Yeah, the Lexington Steel one got him.
I wish our guy...
Johnny Sins. The Lexington Steel of the 20s.
Yeah, right.
I wish he would have said, okay, let's go to the... Big Al from the morning show? Okay. Had a Power Mizzou post-game vibe for sure.
Yeah.
Boy, that Jamie O'Hara's not doing well.
They're down bad. They really, they had such a golden opportunity there.
I keep going back to this because what happens when, and this is just it's the nature of any passionate fan base for a big-time sporting event. And I feel like, Doug, this is where They's on Scholarship 2 comes from.
Sure.
That if your team loses, you either blame a player, but more often usually the coach. That's the way that it works. It will happen, said yesterday, in the next 7 weeks, a coach that a fan base holds in the incredibly highest of esteem in college football will be on the proverbial hot seat by mid-September over something, and there won't be reference made to the fact that the other team deserves credit. That is the nature of it. But with that established, specific to what took place 2 days ago for English sports fans, before Argentina even scored the goal that, Doug, do you call it tied the game or leveled it?
I would say tied. I refuse to say leveled.
English fans were going nuts about the strategy, and they were in full-on panic. And then for it to collapse the way that it did after they were in full-on panic for, I don't know, I mean, it was probably 20-plus minutes of a full-on panic.
Shelling.
That this situation has created an even bigger firestorm there. And I have to say it's understandable because it's not based on the result. While it was going on, the observations were, what is our coach, manager doing with our strategy? We're going to blow this. And that gives it a hell of a lot more credibility to me.
Yeah, it was weird that they decided that let's just play defense. We can hold on to a 1-0 lead, fall back into a defensive position, and played the worst defense they played the whole game.
Yeah.
Just allowed one glorious scoring chance after the next.
Right. I mean, we see it all the time. Like in football, you have a big lead, and then you go into prevent defense, and the team now is flying up and down the field.
Yeah.
Or in basketball, a team goes like 4 corners and gets terrible shots at the end of the shot clock. It's like you were successful for 70 minutes of this game playing one way, and now you're going to completely change it for the idea of just holding on. You can't play that way.
Yeah.
Doug, what's the most dangerous lead in soccer? It's hockey. It's a 2-goal lead.
That's right.
I'd say a 1-goal lead.
They say the same thing in soccer. They say 2-goal leads.
2-goal.
Yeah, they say the same
It
thing.
feels more pronounced in soccer, doesn't it?
Oh,
When you're
sure.
up 2.
Yeah.
2 goals in soccer is like
1 goal
4 in
lead is the
hockey.
most dangerous.
Right. We saw in the Spain-France game, France was down 2-0. It didn't seem like they even had a chance to even get it to 2-1.
Right.
Especially against that particular team.
City last night leading 2-0. They allow KC to tie it up, and I thought of Doug. I'm like, oh no, we had a 2-goal lead. Is it the most dangerous?
Most dangerous lead. Not like
Doug, what's your least favorite term? Is it equalized, level, or the team conceded? They just can't afford to concede right now.
Concede. Nobody concedes, do they?
Well, did you watch the U.S. play Belgium?
I love when
That's
I'm
a pretty strong word.
When I'm watching soccer and the commentators just say they just can't afford to concede right now. It's like, well, no, obviously
Nobody's conceding.
Of course they can.
Do they need to suffer more?
Yeah, they just have to suffer.
That feels like a buzzword this summer more than ever. The suffer.
I think it has something to do with
I agree with you on that.
Like all of a sudden, everybody in soccer is saying, and maybe they did for years.
I think it was because when the U.S. was down a player after the red card, that, well, they know they're going to have to suffer.
Right.
And that became a big theme. I think that's why. I think that's how it got. Now, that term has been used in soccer, but because Americans were exposed to it after the now famed red card, that's where it got even more attention. You're welcome to get involved on the program. You're welcome to text in, call in, or email in. And then, of course, the Forum Energy YouTube chat. And you can podcast like the Dickens via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Doug, you know anything about Schaefer Door and that Jason Gossrow?
Well, sure. If you got a garage door that won't go up or won't go down, yes, won't. That's when you call Schaefer Door, and they'll get out to your place. Lickety-split. They've been out to my house. They've been out to the houses of several of the guys on the show here because they are simply the best in town at fixing whatever might go wrong with your garage door. Even if it's not just your home, maybe you have a business or a warehouse with big giant doors. Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. And they have that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. For whatever reason, that seems to be when most of them go. And so Schaefer Door is ready to get to your place if you need help on a Monday morning. It's best to call or text them at 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. Schaefer has multiple family members that have been working there for many, many years. It's a family business, but still big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you talk with a real person when you give them a call. The service techs, not commission-based, not going to try to sell you something that you just don't need. The website is SchaeferDoor.com. That's Schaefer with one F. SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer.
There it is. Get involved on the program. Text in, call in, email in, or talk it over on the TMA STL YouTube channel and the YouTube chat. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, young Red. Oh, they young Red. Oh, yeah, boy. They young Red.
You like this one?
I do. I can just envision the old guys in white sport coats back there playing the trumpets and the trombones.
This dude be bussin'.
What happened to it? What happened?
I've never been more pissed.
Pitcher's gonna have nothing. Jordan Walker finally coming round. This man Chow could be Cooperstown bound. Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy. Always
So that Walker line was from a year ago.
Yeah.
How about that?
More than a year.
Luke and Baker got
They were on to
legs
something.
like a
Is it
truck.
Luke and Baker?
Yeah, Luke and Baker.
That one didn't age as well.
Drives never enough fun. Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly.
Yeah, not wrong.
Not wrong. Just a
Not
little
wrong.
early.
Not wrong, just early.
Early.
And Lucas Herbert has missed his 4-foot putt to have the lowest round in the history of major championship golf. And Dougie hasn't moved for about 5 seconds after missing it.
A little meat on the bone,
Last
too.
2 holes, he missed short putts. Starting to come unglued.
Papers and I were talking about it during the commercial break. Is he actually the favorite, even though he's got a lead here going into the weekend? And he actually is. Papers would have thought with me that Scotty Scheffler would be the favorite, but he's plus 500 to win. Lucas Herbert, for those of you just joining us, and the British Open teed off this morning at 12:58. Scotty Scheffler still not out on the golf course, and Lucas Herbert went out and had been 9 under par, but he just missed a 4-footer to complete his round, so he shoots 8 under, and he is at 8 under for the championship. As of this moment, the leaderboard is, relatively speaking, lackluster. But I have a feeling, unless the winds are going to pick up substantially here for Scheffler, that you're going to see Scotty Scheffler make a move. He could have gone super low yesterday. And Lucas Herbert will be put to the test if he is paired with one of those big boys on the weekend. Get involved on the program. Text in, call in, or email in. Plus, you got the Form Energy YouTube chat. It is the morning after. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen is local and founded in the St. Louis area in 1979. And that's why we had Terry Crouppen in studio. Brown and Crouppen knows that if you are in an accident, money can be tight, and that's why they do everything for free right out of the gate. They don't get paid unless you get paid. First phone call, free. They come to you for free. You have questions, they answer them for free. They're local. They're the presenting sponsor of TMA, 314-222-2222, or go online at Brown and Crouppen at getbc.com. That's getbc.com. Jackson, you have been looking forward to Will Ferrell's new show that led to him being on the call of the Home Run Derby on Netflix.
I am not looking forward to it.
Okay, I got bad information. Here is the headline of the review. Will Movie Boy be touching this, or is it just strictly television show, so therefore you won't be touching it? You're more
We'll
Odyssey
see.
focused?
We'll see, yeah.
Is
Odyssey
streaming
focused,
still the silver screen? The silver screen is silver screen is movies.
Yes, sir.
What's the TV version of silver
Smaller screen.
Smaller screen. So what is streaming? The new
Smaller
screen?
Yeah, the new screen's not bad. That's a nice little branding work there for you, Martin.
All right, buddy.
Doug Lauren, is it Samer or Lauren Sarner? Do you know her?
I don't.
Well, she says Will Ferrell's golf show, The Hawk, isn't up to par.
Oh, no.
The first episode's a bogey.
Sick. Here is the opening line. This show is off-putting.
Oh, gosh.
Will Ferrell's Netflix golf comedy series, The Hawk, is a pale imitation of his earlier work. He's been all over the place doing outrageous antics to promote it. It's a shame he didn't seemingly put that effort into making sure the show wasn't a dud.
Oh.
Now streaming, The Hawk was co-created by Ferrell, Harper Steele, who was in the documentary Will and Harper with him, and Chris Henschke. And it follows Lonnie the Hawk Hawkins, Will Ferrell, a pro golfer trying to launch a late career comeback just as his adult son, Lance, and that's played by Jimmy Tatro. Thanks.
Oh, gosh.
Is upstaging him as golf's latest star. Since this is a Ferrell character, Lonnie is a narcissistic buffoon who makes his son's success all about himself. It's a story that might have made for an amusing yet forgettable 5-minute Saturday Night Live sketch. It's tedious as a 5-hour series. Molly Shannon is also in it. You know her from Saturday Night Live.
I'm 50.
That's correct. And Chris Parnell also from Saturday Night Live. Both make valiant efforts to salvage the show, but their parts are too small. Luke Wilson also shows up as a rival golfer. In a grim and likely unintentional case for the show getting meta, Lonnie is a character whose best days are behind him. The Hawk makes you wonder if the same can be said for Will Ferrell.
Oh, no.
My God, Papers.
I mean,
I've never heard anything like that on Movie Boy. That's scathing.
It looks just awful. And but you with these such aggressive marketing they've been doing for a long time now for this, that like signals to me like a big this is not
seem a little
good.
desperate.
We want to get like as many people we can to watch the first or second episode. And then when they inevitably shut it down, stop watching it, at least we can boast like, all right, we have these big numbers. Because I assume they paid Will Ferrell an absorbent amount of money for some sort of long-term contract. Netflix likes to give guys like a couple project deals. Adam Sandler has a crazy deal with Netflix right now. So they just greenlight anything. And this, to me, it just strikes me as this is going to be really bad.
Tim's travel agent's texting in. He has watched some of it. He says, I've watched some of The Hawk, and I would have rather had my eyes gouged out by a hawk than watch that crap. That's from Tim's travel agent.
That's a review right there.
Yeah.
And golf shows are tough because if someone's swing isn't
What'd
right.
you put in your mouth?
I had a little piece of ice. We can get over that. But
I saw what happened, didn't comment, and I knew as soon as Doug said something, Paper's just like, not going to happen. Like you can't scratch your nose on this show without, what's wrong? You got an itch? You just can't get away with anything.
But like if someone's swing isn't right or they're not using the right terminology, like you're not going to get big time golf fans because they'll see right through that, and then the casual fan won't care enough either at all to even watch it in the first place. It struck me from the second this was announced and then based on the promotion of it that this is going to be really bad.
So the fact that it's been heavily promoted screams that it's a problem.
The way it's being promoted and, that
Well, you could tell he was in character a little bit promoting this, and it just felt off. Enough so I kind of want to watch just to see a little bit of it.
The better shows just pop up and then you get word of mouth.
That's exactly right.
You know, like Stick. When Stick came out on Apple, it was
I liked Stick.
I did too. But it kind of came out of nowhere.
Season's coming out here in a month or two, I think.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It kind of came out
with
of nowhere.
Owen Wilson.
Right.
Luke Wilson's in this.
And I like Luke Wilson a lot, but it kind of came out of nowhere and people were like, oh, it's pretty good. You should watch it. That is the better way if you have a quality program, marketing through word of mouth is a better way of doing it.
Yeah, like this show is terrible, but we don't over-promote it.
That's correct. Right. The Bear would be an example of that.
Prime example.
Kind of came out of absolutely nowhere.
Right, and you get good word of mouth.
Well,
humor, though, is so subjective. For what one person thinks is the stupidest thing they've ever seen, someone else might think it's really funny.
Sure, but storytelling is a more objective way of kind of going about it, and if you have bad storytelling, then sometimes the comedy doesn't matter.
But if you're just looking for laughs,
sure, I guess
if you don't overthink it sometimes.
If we weren't in an era where there's so much, if you just want cheap laughs, there's so much of that. If you want really high quality storytelling, there's so much of that. So to kind of try to middle that.
But I don't think Will Ferrell ever goes into a movie thinking he's going to do high quality storytelling.
Not usually, but like a lot of the stuff is really, really good. He doesn't work with, like Adam McKay was his longtime partner. That's who made Step Brothers. That's who made a ton of his stuff. And they no longer work together anymore. Anchorman. They don't work together anymore. They had a kind of famous falling out.
What happened?
Kind of a famous falling out.
What did they have a falling out about?
I don't know. I don't know the details.
It was a famous falling out.
Well, it was famous. We don't know anything about it.
I'm not mad, but you intrigued us by that.
Well, I wouldn't think you'd be mad.
Well, you had us interested in the story because I didn't know that. Will Ferrell and Adam McKay, I knew that they were longtime collaborators.
Producing partners.
But the famous falling out, I'm like, oh, really? What happened? And now I need to know.
Some creative differences. Often stuff like that doesn't come out exactly like the transcript of their conversations,
Okay,
but creative
now I'm
differences.
being condescended to, Tim.
Okay.
Caddyshack's the only story on screen that has worked within golf. That's from Murphy VR.
I would argue Tin Cup is fantastic.
Yeah, I like that Tin Cup.
Yeah. Some would say Legend of Bagger Vance. Not for me, but some people would say so. But yeah, golf
The
is
Adam Sandler golf movie where he
Happy
beat up-
Gilmore, the original,
beat
is
up Bob
really, really
Barker.
funny. Yeah, a classic. So there has been times where golf is working. It's hard. It's a hard sports. Basketball's another hard sports movie.
Golf is just so cliche. Oh, he had a crazy shot. It hit a tree. Oh, my goodness. It's going right in the hole.
What about the Havocamps?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about that? Exactly.
Boxing or combat sports are usually make for the best on screen.
Interesting.
I would think that is the best sport.
There's been a lot of boxing movies.
And a lot of them are very good.
Because it's always got to be meat and potatoes.
And underdog, it's a natural underdog. It's 1v1. It's easier to shoot. Yeah.
You don't need the fake announcer at a Little League game.
Right.
He's calling play-by-play in a Little League field.
Most people don't know the deep nuances of the sport. They kind of get it from a surface level. So
It's why I like Rotten Tomatoes, because it's the critics, and you're like, oh, who cares what they say? Okay, but and then fans.
Right.
And if you have something that tanks in both,
usually
that's
that
telling.
speaks volumes.
I don't know if you've tended to this because you're talking about the fallout between Adam McKay and Will Ferrell.
Famous.
That's right. What would you say is his last great thing?
Will Ferrell's last great thing. Let me.
This is why having Movie Boy on our presentation is so advantageous.
At our disposal, right here.
The last great Will Ferrell project, I would say. I mean, like for him personally, he made a ton of money and was very successful with Barbie in 2023. He's just produced that.
I guess I should be more specific then, like on camera.
You might have to go back to like something like, I mean, depends what you think on Anchorman 2. Some funny moments in that, but
I don't think that's considered.
No.
By most people. I certainly didn't like it. But
some people are still on the campaign with him and Zach Galifianakis. Not great.
We're going back, and I didn't like that one either.
And then before that, the other guys. So
okay, the other guys would be where
16 years. But he's kind of lived like some of that. A lot of the stuff has such long tail on it. You know, like you can still watch Step Brothers.
Don't say long tail.
Boy, I knew that was going to be a problem for you.
But I'm saying, like, if you were to ask someone my age, older, younger, even, like, what's your favorite comedy? A lot of people would say Step Brothers, you know? So, like, when you have such a run like he did in the early 2000s, you can kind of get away with, it's like Tom Hanks in the 90s, you know? He had such a great 90s, it doesn't matter that he made Cloud Atlas.
Adam McKay said the only thing that caused acrimony between us was when we decided to end our production company. And I know it was reported one way or the other, but that was really it. It's a shame because we had a great creative partnership.
Yeah.
I think both of us underestimated the complications that go with not just having a company, but a very successful company. We had it for a long time and did a lot of cool projects.
He was on camera in Barbie. That's from Free Cairo.
Yeah, you're right. He was. Yeah, he was in that.
I guess you would agree that he was not carrying that film.
Far from it.
Okay, so I suppose I also will revise it where he is
front and center.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, I would say it's been a long time.
So then I will ask this question, and there might be 10 obvious answers, and I just don't have them. But then again, I don't own or host Movie Boy. Have we seen a star have multiple decades, and by multiple, I'm even going to go I'm going to try to get to 25 years, 20 years, staying power in comedy?
In comedy?
Yes.
That's tough.
So that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's necessarily, as a stand-up, Carlin started, when he really became himself, was that late 60s, early 70s?
Yeah.
And, was there all the way until the end. But I'm talking about as a star in film.
We're going on 20 years of Seth Rogen, so that's probably the closest I can think of in the modern era. There's probably some people from, you go 60s, 70s, 80s, maybe.
Like Eddie Murphy's been on-off, but he's a brand for a long time, but he doesn't do a lot of stuff.
Right.
Steve Martin.
Steve Martin was the one I was thinking.
It's a really good
but I didn't want to, I wanted to see if you guys...
Yeah, Steve Martin's a good one.
Yeah.
Bill Murray.
But Steve Martin kind of went to the more sophisticated lane.
As did Bill Murray a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bill Murray and Steve Martin would probably be your closest. And then I think Seth Rogen, because you go like 40-Year-Old Virgin is 2004 or whatever.
Shipley Pibble says Gene Wilder and Robin Williams.
Yeah. But Robin Williams also took a very dramatic turn in his career. So, obviously hilarious, but he, won an Oscar. So, I don't know. It's tough. Comedy, having staying power like that is really difficult.
So this Hawk sounds terrible.
Also because comedians take dramatic turns often. Adam Sandler's done it. Adam Sandler actually might be the answer. Adam Sandler, through the 90s, aughts, 2010s, even now, still has it.
I think comedians work as dramatic actors sometimes because you get so used to seeing that guy being a cut-up, being funny, everything's great. But then when you cast him where things are really bad, it kind of hits harder that, oh, my God, it must really be bad if Jim Carrey's upset or if Robin Williams is upset.
Right, and then they can also, they can flash the comedy stuff, and that becomes even funnier in the dramatic movie,
The Never-Ending Wipe says Ferrell and McKay had a falling out because McKay cast John C. Reilly as Jerry Buss in his Lakers series instead of Will.
I thought that was a byproduct of the falling out. I didn't know if that caused it, but I know that was part of the issue.
That Lakers show that you and I loved, but rest in peace.
Yeah, I thought the situation was Ferrell was supposed to play Jerry Buss, and then they had the falling out, and then he changed it to John
And they
C.
dissolved their partnership in 2019, and that was after, right? The Jerry Buss stuff.
That would have been right after season 1 or 2 of Succession, which Ferrell and McKay were producers on.
I think it would have been kind of weird to have Will Ferrell as Jerry Buss.
I think John C. Reilly was a better choice, and John C. Reilly is incredible.
McKay added that Ferrell publicly said he didn't want to produce films. He was always half in, half out. Then he would love it and be proud of the company, but by the end, he wanted to move on.
Right, he's a star. He's that's McKay is much more than
McKay said, I was really the one who wanted to produce, but a movie star's life is very different than a writer-director's life, so we split up.
For sure.
Famously.
And it's not like McKay's gone on to do nothing. He's been very successful himself.
Doug McKay's doing fine.
Okay, yeah.
Even after they famous.
I'll watch The Hawk and I'll see what that.
Are we gonna get a movie boy review of The Hawk?
Yeah, it's not off the table. But yeah, my hopes are low, and have been for a while for that.
There you go. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Call in 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. And then, of course, you can email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 9:45. The VIP Auto Accessories Drops of the Week comes your way here in about 15 minutes on the Polos Plus dossier. You like the morning after hats that Jackie Papers and I are sporting, and you can see those on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Those are available at polosplus.com, as is the TMA merch and anything for your business, your school, your team. Polos Plus, working with premium brands like Carhartt and Travis Matthew and many, many more. polosplus.com. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Oh.
No, you like it.
No, I don't.
These eyes. Well, guess who? And that's David Klein?
David Klein of hedonism.
That's not David Klein of hedonism.
Michael Cera.
Ba-ba-da-da-da.
Just because you can sing doesn't mean you should record it and then release it.
No, that was just that wasn't super bad.
Doug, many Cardinal fans, understandably so, still on a high from what we got to see with Jordan Walker. And I think if they were playing here tonight instead of in Arizona, would be fired up to give him a huge ovation as he would be introduced in the lineup. But Netflix, well, they didn't enjoy it.
Really?
The first home run derby on Netflix was also the least watched home run derby in over 20 years. Monday's home run derby drew just 5.3 million viewers on Netflix, marking the least watched edition of the event since 2003, when the derby earned 5.2 million viewers on ESPN, according to Austin Karp of the Sports Business Journal. The audience for Jordan Walker's win declined by 7% versus Cal Raleig's triumph last year, which aired on both ESPN and ESPN2. It had 5.73 million viewers. Notably, Netflix's audience on Monday wasn't too far off of the 2024 Derby, which drew 5.45 million viewers on ESPN and ESPN2.
I think most people didn't know it was on Netflix. By Monday night, you were scrambling, going, "Oh, is there a home run derby?" And you go to ESPN, "Oh, they're showing the WNBA."
Yeah, I feel like it's, in a way, I mean, it's not apples and oranges, but it's a material change.
A lot of people just don't get Netflix, just don't want to pay for it. I mean, we do, but there's a whole lot of people out there that aren't going to spend the money for yet another service, even if it is Netflix.
Yeah.
Hey, was you surprised by those numbers?
Yes, I'm surprised that's the lowest since 2003. I get where Doug's coming from, where it's like not everyone has Netflix, especially when you're talking about against linear TV. I'd be curious, and I'm almost positive these numbers can't be quantified, but like in terms of engagement and discussion of the home run derby compared to years past, it feels like it was a lot more. So maybe even if the viewership was lower, the total amount that people were engaging with or discussing this home run derby seems more. But again, I can't back those numbers
It seems
up with
more
anything.
because our guy won it.
Yeah, but
we wouldn't be talking about it if he got bounced in the first round.
I guess. That's what I felt. Like it was a conversation on McAfee. It was a conversation on kind of everywhere. It's because it was a sports drought.
I respectfully disagree with that. I mean, I think from our specific perspective, yes. But I think if Jordan Walker gets bounced in the first round, which mathematically he was expected to do, he wasn't one of the top four favorites going into the thing, and you would have had Jack Caglione, doing that against Schwarber, that I think still would have been a big story. Mm-hmm. Now, it obviously wouldn't have even been half of as big of a story as it is in St. Louis. But I think that thing did have drama. Barry Bonds doesn't have any investment in the Cardinals, couldn't care any less. And he was raving about it being the best home run derby he had ever seen. The Netflix numbers also get some context here with regard to the drop-off when you go from ESPN Netflix. For instance, Netflix had 3 million viewers for its opening night telecast in March between the Giants and Yankees, but the following night, NBC earned 3.2 million viewers for a slightly less sexy matchup featuring the Diamondbacks and Dodgers. And even given the relative success Netflix has seen with its NFL broadcast the past 2 years, there's no doubt that those games would have drawn larger audiences on a network like Fox or ESPN. Per Austin Karp of the Sports Business Journal, Netflix drew in a younger audience but lost viewers in the older demos. Without exact demographic figures, it's unclear if the larger share of younger viewers is simply a function of losing older viewers or if there was a genuine increase in younger viewers tuning in for the Derby. So
that'd be a win for baseball. You want younger
people.
I mean, if you find out that the number's down a little bit, but a lot of younger people are watching, that'd be great.
This story I'm looking at says in the U.S. about 53% of the population has a Netflix subscription. I'm kind of surprised it's that high.
That's amazing.
That's interesting. See, I would have thought it was higher. What would you think on that, Papers? Would you think it's higher?
No, that sounds about right.
You think they're the highest in terms of
Yes.
so Amazon Prime would be maybe next, then the
And probably Hulu.
Hulu's of
But
the
that's a
world.
bundle deal you probably get with ESPN and Disney. So that would have to be included in that. I'd say, yeah. Then like maybe Apple. I don't know. That one's tough. But
I mean,
Netflix
the great thing
is for
now
sure
is
the
it
leader.
all lives on after the fact. You see plenty of clips everywhere, like you're saying.
Right,
Walkers
that's
everywhere.
kind of what I'm alluding to.
It's well publicized now, but I think in advance, I mean, we're kind of all loosely in the sports business. I had no idea it was on Netflix until Monday afternoon.
Yeah. It's not something you think about a lot until the day of.
You don't plan your summer around it.
No. Well, I mean, you kind of know if you're a fan, you kind of know what the Cardinals are going to do, who they're playing, and what's going on. But if it's an exhibition like that, it doesn't usually get a whole lot of attention until the night that it's on. 53% of the population has a subscription. Approximately 72% of American adults watch content on the platform in some way, according to Pew Research.
People sharing accounts, although they're trying to crack down on that every damn day.
Papers, what app are you using the most?
I love HBO Max.
Yeah, that's where I am too.
I mean, that's where
That's where I am.
when you have like all the best shows, and then obviously a huge library of movies.
They must have the top executives because they've always had good programming.
Larry Sanders Show was the jumping off part.
Yeah.
They seem to always make good choices.
It's completely changed. I mean, all the streaming service shows now have HBO to thank, for their long form, grittier kind of model that they started. I guess Oz would be the first one, the prison show, but even before Sopranos. So, but Netflix, in terms of self-produced content, like their Netflix studios for sure makes the best movies and TV shows. Their stuff is the best.
Netflix is really good if you want to watch an Indonesian movie about ghosts, but not so much for other stuff. Doug, that's from Dr. Xander Malenthrop and the Form Energy YouTube
Well, he
channel.
would know. He would know. I've
like
never seen
Indonesian
this
film?
Indonesian film that he speaks of, but I'm sure it's a dandy.
Sounds scary.
Yeah, I see what you're doing there with your eyes. You don't want to look.
Yeah, peeking. I will look at James Carlton because he's going to save me money. And I recommend that you work with James Carlton as well. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Jackson's a client. I'm a client. Jamie Rivers became a client last year and couldn't believe how much money he saved when he switched to James. BK and Ferrario, they switched. They are now clients of James Carlton. A couple of minutes on the phone with the office in Webster Groves could wind up saving you, your family, thousands of dollars. Why not just find out by calling 314-961-4800 or going online at carltoninsurance.net. It's James Carlton, longtime TMA sponsor, longtime Tim McKernan Show podcast sponsor, and I am now a longtime client of James Carlton. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. We have the VIP Auto Accessories Drops of the Week coming up next. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Mid-America, St. Louis Airport. They're in Muscuda, Illinois. Folks have figured this out over the years. If you want to go somewhere warm, somewhere fun, Vegas, Florida, South Carolina, Gulf Shores, go down to Florida. You can go to Fort Myers, Fort Lauderdale, Destin, Orlando, the Tampa area. All of it direct from Muscuda in Mid-America, St. Louis Airport. That website is flymidamerica.com. And folks who have done this, my niece just flew in for the 4th of July from the Tampa area. She loved it. Great experience. When we went to spring training, my wife and I flew to Fort Lauderdale out of Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Absolutely great. The convenience that you just don't get when we're talking about airline travel, you get it at Mid-America because you can park right there in the lot in front, get through the gate, security, all that, get to the gate, in about 20 minutes. It's real simple. FlyMidAmerica.com. Instead of driving, 12 hours with the kids in the car, if you want to go down to Destin, do it with a direct flight. Reasonably priced. Plan ahead. Maybe a fall trip is already in the making. Maybe Christmas. Start looking ahead. Get online at FlyMidAmerica.com to book that flight.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Let's take a look at the leaderboard there in Southport, UK. At Royal Birkdale, Lucas Herbert in the lead at 8 under with Jackson Suber. Right behind him at 6, Sam Burns at 5 under, along with Cam Young and Sungjae Im at 5 under. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Red alert, the jam's on. Red alert. Is this Pete Rock or is this CL Smooth?
I don't know.
I think it's CL Smooth here.
I think it's my favorite saxophone riff of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yakety sax?
Yeah, it's tough with our guy Boots Randolph waiting in the wings.
I know. Oh, he is ready for the 9 o'clock hour? Mark Hanover, Greenwell Strategies, 9
I can
o'clock
see
hour.
that. Although it's usually Bootsy Tuesdays.
I can't tell if Xander Schauffele has hit the ball into the shrubs or if he's just using the little wizard's room off to the side.
Yeah, he may have needed to excuse himself.
He was 50 yards off.
Those are breast-high shrubs.
Yeah. I like my shrubs breast high. Do you? 314-399-9646. That's listener engagement right there. Just a little class I'm teaching this morning here. Plus, you got the Forum Energy YouTube chat. You can call in 314-974-0101. Doug, here comes Sam Burns. He was lurking at Augusta back in April, and now he finds himself lurking at Royal Birkdale in July. Can Sam Burns get his first major championship?
Looks like he shot a 62 today also.
That's correct. Sam Burns, 5 under, 3 back of your leader, Lucas Herbert. But
what is this?
Well, it's just old Ray Charles. I know he's talking about feeling like it's Augusta again.
Oh, okay.
He's got George on his mind.
Oh, I see. Okay, sure.
I mean, I enjoy the song, and I'm not gonna dismiss it. But it was just in reference to Sam Burns lurking, surprisingly, in April. I need to hear more Royal Birkdale music at this point.
I don't know what's. I guess Liverpool, probably the Beatles.
Yeah, is that what it is?
I guess. I mean, it's right by Liverpool.
Scotty Scheffler is going to be out there here, and Doug, I expect him to mount a charge this afternoon on Royal Birkdale. Lucas Herbert, your leader at the moment. Cam Young, 5 under, as he gets ready to finish off his round as Friday at the British Open is underway. Friday on TMA is also underway, and every Friday at about 8:45, we enjoy our work and celebrate it with the VIP Auto Accessories Drops of the Week.
Morning After Drops of the Week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like it's hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
I was doing like 25.
No, that would be another Ken lie. Add it to the list.
He's heating up. The same guy is in there.
Huh?
Like, if he wins, they're going to have to. There can't be a celebration. They're going to have to cart him out of here.
Those Cardinals fans are full of shit.
That's right. How do you say twink in Spanish?
I don't know where all these gift cards came from, but
if you win, you stay in and they bring in someone else?
Yes.
It doesn't seem fair.
Well, it is fair.
It's a belly button ring on the city.
Put that in your Madonna and cry. Go on, Evita. You've been bloody tangoed. Yes. Get me a pint of Malbec. An Argentinian, please.
I keep seeing guys kiss.
Doug, what's your safe word?
Goat milk yogurt.
That was Drops of the Week. Drop, down, drop. Get it.
There's a lot that went on this week.
I wasn't playing with a full deck, so I apologize if
I enjoyed it.
Short-sighted on
Some of that was from the Strode program.
Some of it, certainly.
The audio bake sale?
Martin's call into the Strode program, which almost re-injured my throat. I was laughing so hard. And as soon as you texted, I need the call-in number, I knew you were about to set the record straight.
Yeah. I'm now obsessed with parking lot speed limits and how fast you can, if you're trying to go fast.
Have you ever tried going 25 in the parking lot?
You can't.
Boy, that is bold.
I mean, that's fast. That's really fast.
You can't.
You'd have to be in an empty high school parking lot, and even that, you'd feel like I am doing something very illegal here.
I'll try it later today, and I'll text you and I'll say, I just clipped a construction worker leaving Potbelly because I was going screaming fast.
Even 20 is really
You
cooking.
can't do it.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
No.
Even the straightaway, if you go over there to about all the entrance and you just shoot to Il Balago, it'd be hard
If
to get
there's
to 20.
one other car moving around you, you'd be like, I don't think I can drive that. I'm not casting aspersions because I wasn't there. But 25 in a vacuum in the parking lot is very fast.
Mm-hmm. And he almost hit you.
Almost got clipped. Then I was ready to get a golf club out of the trunk.
Derek Gould writing this morning in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch as the Cardinals get ready to open up the second half of the season, even though they are mathematically well into the second half of the season, about two big things here. Number one, the state of the rebuild. And Ali Marmol brought it up to Derek before he could even ask the question. Are we ahead of schedule? Ali Marmol said this week in Philadelphia. When the Cardinals resume play tonight, they are sitting at 50-45. I would imagine if everyone were asked on March 27th if they would be happy with 50-45 in the fan base, I would imagine, what do you think, 90% would have said yes?
Oh, sure, yeah, at least.
So then relating it to what is to come. So you've got this trade deadline, and it is coming up. The Cardinals will now have a significant decision to make. So specific to where they are now and then how they treat that deadline, Ali Marmol said, we have a lot of work to do. I think we're doing a nice job of competing. I like where we're at. Do not misunderstand. I really like where we're at. In a lot of ways, our work, our mentality, our clubhouse, we're in a really good spot. What we envision this organization being compared to where we are today is we're very ambitious in what we want out of this whole thing. We've got work to do. And so that then leads to the conversation not only about the deadline, but then what they will do with, for example, Jordan Walker and the conversations now that are picking up around, at the very least, the St. Louis area on a contract extension. And so now you sit here and go, how do you handle the next couple of weeks? Chaim Bloom has said fans will understand if the Cardinals do not chase the, quote, sugar rush of the immediate standings. Doug, do you like that? Calling it the sugar rush?
I don't know. Okay.
I kind of like it. I got to tell you, I kind of like it. You ever heard that term before, Martin? The sugar rush? I kind of like it. Like the high.
Yeah, no, I love it. I'm trying to think if I've heard that in the baseball world. I want to steal it.
Of the immediate standing and stick to their diet for longer range goals. Opposing teams await a signal from the Cardinals that they are open for business, according to sources, and looking to trade some contracts originally geared to be dealt. The Cardinals entered the season prepared to see what they could get in return for Dustin May, Ryan Stanek, JoJo Romero at the August 3rd deadline. They will entertain offers for those players, and some in the industry expect the Cardinals to lean towards selling, but less urgently than a year ago. Their success can shape their asking price. That will be the case as they also field interest for Lars Nootbaar, Pedro Pages, and Nolan Gorman, and see if there is an overwhelming return offered for Riley O'Brien, the closer with 4 more years of control into his mid-30s. Bloom has said he hopes the standings force him to be creative. The Cardinals are not interested, full stop, in trading top prospects from their rejuvenated farm system for short-term needs or wants. They will scan the market for available players who can help in the years to come. They have financial flexibility to take on money instead of dealing talent, and that will be part of their approach for any addition, whether short or long-term. So that is what Derek Gould writes with quotes from Chaim Bloom and Ali Marmol in his piece this morning in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, which you can read online at stltoday.com. Gentlemen, Doug, we'll start with you. Your reaction.
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. I think that's generally what people have been saying all along, is that you're not going to trade from your young core of players. It would be nice to be able to move some salaries of guys that don't figure into the long-term plan. I can't believe there's a whole lot of interest in Nolan Gorman right now as a trade piece, but Dustin May probably, Riley O'Brien certainly. I think if you trade one of those guys, you are signaling definitely this year that they don't think they have a shot.
Yeah, I don't know what the return is on most of those names you heard. I don't think that's Maybe O'Brien, if he continues to rack up saves and somebody says we need a closer desperately or we need to bolster our bullpen, maybe somebody would slightly overpay just for an O'Brien because of what he could do for the next couple of months. But the guy that I would say they may not trade, even though it sounds silly, is Pages, just because of his clubhouse popularity. And I know this is not a popularity contest, but if you're trying to keep a winning group together, and so much of it has been about the vibe, and you're not going to get much in return for him either. I'd say Dustin May, if he has a couple of good starts, could maybe bump up his value a little bit. Somebody needs a starting pitcher down the stretch. And if you could, even a Lars Nootbaar, if there's some interest out there, again, I don't think we're talking about a lot in return, but if the corresponding move is, hey, Quinn Matthews is going to be in the rotation, so we can move Dustin May. Hey, Josh Baez, it's time to just throw him in left and see what he can do. Nootbaar gets traded. I think that would be the win for me, is if you move a couple of veteran guys, get something in return, and then roll out some guys that have real upside. And I think fans would be okay with that. Even if those pieces you bring up from the minors struggle, I think fans would say, that's fine. I'm okay with Baez getting at bats over Nootbaar, even if he drops off.
Yeah, I think people would go for that. If they could somehow get a quality prospect who was a starting pitcher, I think that would be nice.
I just don't see a big return on any of those names that we've mentioned.
Not a huge return, no. O'Brien is kind of a hard guy to wrap your head around because he doesn't have a long track record of the kind of success he's having this year. He was good last year as well, but the previous years, nothing really special. So you have to wonder, is this just a blip in his career? Is he really going to be this kind of quality reliever over the long term, or should they sell his stock while it's high?
Yeah, I agree with that. There'd be a lot of skeptics on the market, but you only need one team to kind of say, all right, we got to have him. We're desperate. We got to win. We need to get another guy in the pen. I would think largely the market would be skeptical on O'Brien's long-term upside. But again, one team, that's all you need.
Mm-hmm.
But if you trade him, then again, that also says, okay, well, who's going to close out now?
Yeah,
what happened? I thought we're only a game back in the third wild card. What are we doing here?
I'd be surprised if they did anything earlier than right before the deadline, because they're right there on the cusp of, well, we're definitely in the wild card race. We're not much in the Central Division race. And if, over the next 2 weeks, if they are in good shape in the wild card race, maybe they don't do much of anything.
And Nolan Gorman has gotten to the point, much like Tyler O'Neill, Dylan Carlson, that when you did move on from them, I think the fan base would say, if they go somewhere else and they tear it up, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna hold you accountable. If this player catches fire elsewhere, I'm good with it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where everybody is with Gorman.
Doug Rambo is not happy with the story. Sugar Rush, my ass.
Oh.
If you can win, you win. You never know when you're going to win again. Do it now. Don't give me this 5-year plan crap. Good day, sir. That's from Rambo. I like that. Is that what Gene Wilder said to Charlie Bucket's grandfather?
Mm-hmm.
The great Jack Albertson.
Is that who it was?
The actor.
Sick pull. Jack Albertson.
I agree with his overall premise. You never know what year you're going to be there, what year you're going to have a shot. But of course, you can't subtract from the core of young players that you have. You can't do that. And if you just kind of give it up and say, well, you can have O'Brien and we're going to trade May and these guys, then you're pretty much saying you're pretty much giving up on the year that Jordan Walker's had and that Burleson's had. There's no guarantee that these guys are going to be this good every year. There's absolutely no guarantee that you're going to be here in this situation, even if you do use young players right now.
Yeah, I'm going to try hard not to call you clueless.
Okay.
Hey, Rambo, take your phone and swallow it and wash it down with some ice-cold bleach. That's from Steven Time. He didn't enjoy Rambo's text.
I don't think you could swallow a cell phone.
Not an iPhone. Maybe like an old flip phone.
Yeah, skinny flip phone. Yeah.
Stay the course, Bloom. We love you. That's from Buzz Killington, 69, 1.6.
But what is the course here at the end of July? What is the course?
Buzz Killington, 69, 1.6. Call in and answer the question, what is the course, at 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines.
It's not as black and white as saying, let's get younger and rebuild.
It'd be easier for Heim to do what he had in mind if they were 10 games under.
Yeah.
which is to just sell all these pieces and just keep adding younger talent. Tim, Irish Peaches, not happy with me.
Uh-oh.
That's cute, Martin. That's cute. Martin thinks anyone other than the Cards would be interested in pies. Good one, Martin. The premise of
to hear that?
It's very hurtful. The premise of the piece, Derek Gould mentioning all the players who could be traded, one of them mentioned was Pedro Páez, and I believe I said I don't think there'd be much of a market for him, but I don't think they would do it, in part because of his clubhouse presence. I didn't say there was a market for Pedro Páez. I was responding to the list of names mentioned. Thank you, Irish Peaches.
Yeah, I
mean, I wasn't saying that there's a market for Pedro Páez.
Yeah.
Craig, would you say you guys should be bullying these hoes? What do people say? Listen better.
Hey, by the way, I didn't realize this until yesterday afternoon when I was looking for an Ella Reese update on Instagram, but I saw Courtney Landrum, 106.5 The Arch, and a true delight, had comedian George Wallace in studio yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson, you were excited because who was in studio?
Broken Lizard was in there yesterday. In the
Super Troopers?
Super Troopers, Beer
On the Riz
Fest, Slam and Salmon.
All on the Riz Show.
Correct.
George Wallace, comedian, who anytime I would land in Las Vegas, I'd see billboards for George Wallace performing, was on the Courtney Show. At about 9:30, I returned about a minute late from break, and I said, well, it's happened, gentlemen. I have just walked in on a gentleman in the restroom who forgot to lock the door. Doug was concerned that it was a recreational situation.
Right.
For the record, it was not.
No.
He was just standing over the toilet and enjoying a number one. Well, it turns out it was George Wallace.
Oh, my God.
No. Wow. Incredible. I mean, if you're going to walk in on anybody.
He'd be your favorite guy to walk in on?
I mean, I wouldn't say favorite.
Johnny Sins one for everybody, but yeah, George Wallace probably two.
Did he go on the Courtney Show and start talking about how he was accosted by some little fella while taking a pee?
I mean, I opened the door. I did the Simpsons gif. I opened the door, just turned around, walked right into the break room. Yep. Saw well-dressed Tony, Kathy Gallagher, and Danny Solomon. I said, well, we've been here 5 years, and it just happened.
Yep.
I walked in on somebody, but I didn't know it was George Wallace.
No,
I just saw the person was wearing a jersey. I can't recall what the back of the jersey said. Didn't have like a name, but maybe a saying that he uses. I don't know.
He's an older guy at this point.
That's right.
In his early 70s.
Yeah.
I'm checking his Wikipedia page to see if it's been updated.
To mention that I walked in on him urinating?
He was the best man at Jerry Seinfeld's wedding.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, is that right?
Yeah, they talked about that in his Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. A good one, really good one. George Wallace was
So recommended viewing.
big time. That was in the first season of it when it was
right?
really, really humming.
He's at the Helium this weekend. There's a chance you get brought up in that set.
I could see that. God, I wonder if I'd be the Lifetime Roofing lead.
I hope he would have had enough material ready to go that he wouldn't have to fall back on that little encounter as his big punchline.
But he turned and he goes, whoa, I'm sorry. And I just, like I said, Simpsons gif.
Sorry,
Walked
Mr.
right in,
Wallace.
just turned right around.
And did you say, real quick, do you think the Cards should buy or sell?
Boy, I'm always looking for a take.
You think he was ever on the Tonight Show and Johnny Carson ever walked in on him while he was taking a whiz?
Carson and I have been compared.
Sure. You've been
Is that the
tapped.
first time?
I don't know.
Have any of you guys ever been on the other end of that?
No, fortunately.
No, but I've been in a situation where you're using the bathroom and it's like a single use and someone's outside and they can tell it's locked and they start rapidly knocking. And it's so confusing to me why you would knock. It's like, what do you think is going on in here?
Are you okay in there?
You can tell the door's locked. That means someone is using it. So what does knocking do? Now you are forcing me to be like, I'm in here, which is, I'm already saying that by locking the door.
I agree with you.
That to me is like someone's impatience really encroaching on my, positive headspace.
I had that happen to me at the old Chesterfield outlet mall. There was a unisex bathroom, non-gender specific. And I was mid-wipe when a woman opened the door.
Doug, did you just hear that? Did I hear
God
mid-wipe?
bless, it's too much information.
One of the top 3 most horrifying moments of my life.
And she knocked
that.
I don't remember her knocking, but it's on me for not having it locked.
Oh, so it opened.
So she just walked in
and
saw you.
Yeah.
Is that your thing?
Knees up.
Yeah, you don't kick
I
shame.
am a
Be careful.
stander.
You stand. Oh.
Excuse me?
Oh, tough. That's a
Hold on a
compliment.
second. I feel like I have an obligation to the audience to ask a follow-up. I didn't hear that part. I want to make sure I understand it because Doug just wiped your mouth because you're salivating?
No, because I'm so upset.
So what's your question?
Did you say you're a stander?
Yes.
What does that mean?
You're talking about in the cleanup portion.
Yes.
Wow. I got to
You
tell you.
have to?
No. What do you mean?
You stay seated?
You close the gates before you start to. I'm going to
Martin,
get too
close the
specific.
gates?
Close the
All right, Cards Diamondbacks later tonight out west.
I'm saying if you stand up, you're now.
Gene Thomas can't believe it in the Form Energy YouTube chat.
closing.
You stand? Wow. Gene Thomas.
I mean, there's a lot of things you could rip me for. I don't think my cleanup.
I don't think you're alone in that, but I've I keep it all seated.
But when you're in that prone position,
roll your sleeves up.
There's a lot more up for viewing than you'd like.
Yes, I would agree. That's a compromised position.
And I took a little extra time at the end because I wanted to give her time to vacate the premises. I'm sure she was as horrified as I was.
Probably so.
Yeah, you got to give it at least 5 minutes to let her clear. Because if they're standing right outside there, brutal.
Yeah, tough.
I had a horrifying experience as a kid. I couldn't have been 7 or 8 years old. We were on vacation somewhere, and I had to go really bad. I'd eaten something that disagreed with me, and I was in a stall, just horrified that I was even there in the first place. And I guess I didn't lock it. And some guy walked in on me in the stall, an older man, and says, look at that little bird sitting on his nest.
Oh!
God.
No!
It took me years to get over that. Little bird sitting on his nest, is what he said.
Martin, there's another surprise guest.
That guy should have to serve some time.
Sounds like he was a BTK adjacent.
Yeah, that's to say anything is
you got a
wrong.
line
but to
ready to
say-
go.
Yeah, right. To have a canned line like that, this isn't the first time.
Correct. Like maybe that's what he was going around.
Was he a state
doing.
senator?
I don't know. I don't think so. God, that was a horrible moment.
Yeah, I don't know which was worse, your or Kurt's situation. I don't like either. But yeah, that's a great reminder to always lock.
And I have never returned to the Chesterfield Outlet Mall.
Because of that incident?
Yes.
Because there's a large picture of you saying you're not allowed.
I got to go watch that Seinfeld George Wallace Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee
good
and see
one,
if I
man.
can
It's a real good one.
watch it or just picture the fact that I walked in on George Wallace using the restroom yesterday.
That one and Don Rickles are like two of my favorites.
Oh, there's a Don Rickles Comedian in Cars Getting Coffee?
Oh, yeah. Great one.
Don Rickles is all over my TikTok algorithm, and I rewatch them over and over again.
There's that, and then
Ranging going back to You Sit Next to the Base Burglar. You guys ever seen that one on Carson? Lou Brock, Don Rickles, and Johnny
my
Carson.
God.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's my afternoon. Right
Yeah,
now.
for real. Recommended viewing.
There's another one of him like having a meal with Scorsese and De Niro. Really good. Really, it's like months before his death. But
Oh, really?
yeah, really.
Yeah,
good.
he was still firing.
Absolutely still making fun of his wife. He's all the time. It was all exclusively almost.
Always make sure to lock eyes with the guy who walks in on you. That's from Jerry Aldini, programmer at Cam Mohawk.
Yeah.
Say, if you're going to be there, at least give me a hand.
Be on the offensive.
I think Doug may have stumbled into a serial killer.
Perhaps.
Little bird sitting on a net.
Oh,
like,
yeah. That's
what he
my
said to me.
God, I'd
He's
have
licking his chops.
Your parents go find them. And like Jerry Rice the other day got heckled. Did you see that at the Celebrity Golf in his backswing? And he chased the guy.
No
way. There's video. And I've said Doug's parents.
Like he was seriously chasing.
I
him?
got to go look this. Was he like mad?
Yes, because I guess in his backswing somebody yelled. There
Was it Tahoe?
It had to have been.
Right.
And he does his swing, finishes it, and he's so mad that whoever he started, and the person's like getting away, and he's running after them.
Oh, yeah, I'm watching the video now.
I would pick Jerry Rice to win most races, even at whatever age he is.
I would think so. Yeah.
He run. I don't know how it ends, if he beats on the guy or what.
He's
You
barking
see
at
it?
them for
I
sure.
mean,
Yeah.
But then he go. I mean, it's a distance.
Oh yeah, he's moving.
He's committed.
God, he's
I mean, that's insane. Isn't it?
running after somebody through the forest of Lake Tahoe.
I want to know how it ended. I don't think the video.
Yeah, the
could keep
video,
up.
the guy doesn't move with him,
Right.
so he just runs away. But the entire crowd is following after Jerry Rice.
Isn't that unbelievable? I just saw that yesterday.
Yeah.
I think Doug's parents should have done the same thing with the weirdo
I concur.
who confronted you.
I concur. This is a rest stop.
It was at Kentucky Lake.
Oh, I did some Kentucky laking.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Kentucky Dam Village, Martin.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Debbie Paducah.
Yeah,
Yeah, a little pass there.
Yeah,
That's a nice little summer vacation spot.
yeah. It's
Unless some guy
family
walks
place.
in on the John and you're
Yeah.
6 or 7
Yeah,
years old.
then he's gonna get a face full of stall.
I chased down Jerry Rice one time. I got to be honest with you.
You chased him for an
For an
interview.
interview?
No.
Oh.
Just hanging out in Las Vegas. Probably one of those wonderful World Series of Poker 2-week stays that we would have pre-children. Doug, I
halcyon
didn't
days.
realize how good I had it. And we would just stay out there for a couple weeks at a time, and I'd play in the World Series of Poker. And he was hanging out there. I think it might have actually been the night Muhammad Ali passed. And I remember they had turned off the lights as a tribute in some of the buildings on the Strip, as you can imagine, with his history and greatness in the sport of boxing, of course. And I was thinking to myself, God, Muhammad Ali dies, and we're next to one of the all-time greats, just sitting at a bar. I think he was getting ready to meet somebody, and we were just hanging out, and chased him down. And I got a picture with Jerry Rice, number 80. I remember interviewing him. Remember he was with the Raiders, kind of a small, and the great Raiders team that wound up getting worked over by the Buccaneers in the Super Bowl. And I remember asking him down at the Dome after a game, and the Rams had beaten him. And I said, I'm just curious, like, what you think you would have been able to do if you were part of that greatest show on turf. Like, can you imagine if you add that kind of talent where he was on a 49ers team that was phenomenal, but I think viewed, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, as more complete than the Rams? Even though, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the 99 Rams defense or 2001 Rams defense was bad. I just think that the 49ers were, probably because of the staying power, because it lasted, I mean, it really lasted longer than the 80s because they got another one in the 94 season with Steve Young. But I think they were viewed more as complete, but probably because of the staying power. But if you added a Jerry Rice to that offense, dear God, what that would have been like. And he's like, yeah, I see what they do offensively. And as a wide receiver, it's the kind of thing that you dream of because you had to pick the poison. Which one you're going to stop, you know?
Yeah.
I remember going in their locker room several times when the Niners would play the Rams, and he was always exceedingly polite, gracious, always give you a good soundbite, even if the Niners had been beaten by the Rams at the time. And there was a photographer from Channel 5 who, I think his name was Jerry, who went to college with Jerry Rice. Do you remember that gentleman?
Greenville, Mississippi?
Yeah, and he would always, and Jerry would be like, hey, what's going on? And he knew the photographer from Channel 5. I wish I could, Frank, you're probably listening on the way to your program. Was the man's name Jerry?
And they bonded over being named Jerry and having Mississippi ties?
I believe they grew up together, went to college together, one of the two. So anytime if you went into the locker room, you kind of hoped that Channel 5 photographer was in there too. Not that he wasn't going to be polite either way. But I think he's always maintained that reputation too. Just super polite. I kind of want to get him on now to ask him about meeting Tim and chasing down. I want to know how that ended. The video is phenomenal. I could see turning around and chirping back or saying, all right, who said that? No. But clearly the guy who said it
ran off,
was looking to get away and knew he was about to get got.
Rice had 20 years in the NFL. There's not many people that get 20 years in the NFL.
At that position, too. God bless.
Somebody wrote in that Jerry Williams, one of the nicest guys ever. I think that's who I was talking about.
The D-Gen from Jeffco says he worked with him at Channel 5.
Yeah, okay, so he knows who I'm talking about. Just a really polite, soft-spoken photographer, really gentleman. And Jerry and him were friends.
Doug, I can one-up your experience. Neighborhood friend and I were riding bikes. Guy in a station wagon calls us over and has a pic of a woman who happened to be naked and is asking if we've seen her. Then he exposed himself to us.
No.
I immediately dropped my bike and ran while my friend was frozen. Finally got him to run. This was just a few houses down from our house. Parents called the police. Dude was arrested later that afternoon in St. Peter's doing the same thing and trying to get kids into his car. Awful. I can still picture it vividly to this day. That comes from Sharon and Clayton.
God, yeah. Traumatic experiences like that with a kid stick with you. You remember those.
So do you think the guy was like...
No.
Okay. So
This
you don't
guy
think
just
this...
accidentally walked into
But having a weird, creepy line.
Having the line ready is the thing that stands out to me.
Huh. Look at that little bird sitting on his nest. He said to me.
Yeah. Someone needed to karate chop that guy in the throat.
Well, it wasn't going to be me.
Right.
Because you were on your nest.
Yeah.
Maybe Kurt could have said that to the woman. Hey, look, it's a little birdie sitting on its nest. And she's like, ah!
Right across the throat. Yeah.
Doug, Doe's Eat Place in Greenville, Mississippi. Best steak you will ever have. That's from the Veiled Prophet. Okay. There's more than one Doe's Eat Place?
I don't know.
I went to Doe's Eat Place just to the, was it the north of the Arkansas Capitol building in Little Rock?
I don't know where it was.
And it was a famous spot because Bill Clinton, I was there in the late 90s, so he was still president, that was his spot. And I remember going there and going, this is awful. I mean, this is awful. I can't believe it.
I'm looking at the menu right now. The garlic
is
bread.
Is it still around?
Sure. The garlic bread just looks like slices of white bread that are mostly burnt.
I still don't know what it was about. It's probably one of the most confusing dining experiences I've had, but it was famous because the president would eat there. And he was governor of Arkansas, and that was his spot. But I didn't know that they were a chain.
It looks like I'm seeing at least 7 of them.
How about that? I just thought it was this little hole-in-the-wall place just to the north of the Capitol building in Arkansas. Yeah, I see one in Paducah there, Chairman.
Yeah, Louisiana.
Doug, we want to go to Doe's.
It looks like they got steak fries.
All right, I'm back in. Just like that. And what do you see on the menu?
Nothing good, to be honest. I mean, it's like steak. But they're using these pictures like this is what they're using for the menu. Filet mignon looks like a little burnt baseball. And the garlic bread, I can't
burnt baseball.
I mean, you tell me, dude. I mean,
you tell me, dude.
Well,
look at that filet mignon.
Looks like a Doty special.
Does that look good? Yeah, it looks burnt. It looks burnt. Look at the garlic bread, Martin. Does that look good to you at all?
It's actually charred.
It's just burnt white bread.
They might want to fire the photographer.
That's what I'm saying. It might be delicious, but...
Boy, a lot of people have eaten at Doe's in this audience. Yes, multiple Doe's. Yeah, D-O-E apostrophe. One in Fort Smith, Arkansas. The one in Greenville is the original, and it's steak by the pound. That's from the 479.
That's good eating.
You order how many pounds you want?
God almighty.
How many pounds of steak do you want, Doug?
Maybe half a pound?
Martin, I don't know if you, Doug, I don't know if you recall. You started in Rochester. Martin, you started in Flagstaff, is that right?
That is correct.
And mine was Little Rock. And I recall when I was leaving Columbia, Missouri, and you send out your, back in the day, VHS tapes for television jobs. The news director in Greenville, Mississippi, called and said, "Hey, you interested in coming here?" And I go, "I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's the pay." And he goes, "Well, I got to be honest. We don't really have a whole lot going on. Jerry Rice went to school here, and he comes back once a year, so you could look forward to that."
There you go.
And I'm like, "Boy, this is quite the sales pitch." But apparently, Greenville, Mississippi, is a television market and also the home of the original Doe's Eat Place, Doug. So we'll go down there and do a remote when we go down to Oxford, Mississippi, as Papers makes his way through the Grove.
I've never even heard of Doe's.
Some big names have left some glowing reviews of the place.
None of them.
Dan Aykroyd said nobody does it better.
Nice.
Sick.
Elwood.
Good cow, said Trace Atkins.
Good cow.
I like that.
But we don't have one
baseball to you.
There's
we don't have
nothing
one
finer
close
than
to
being in a
here.
diner.
Nothing close to here.
Probably Little Rock the closest. Oh, I guess Paducah be closer.
All right, let's go to Paducah.
I'm not doing this.
We'll see if we can confront the guy that creeped on Doug in the toilet.
There's probably
45 years ago.
There's probably 40 restaurants in St. Louis that could give you a steak just as good, wouldn't you think?
The steak fries look pretty tasty.
That Greenville, Mississippi's right off the Mississippi River. I didn't know that.
What's the
29,000?
Is it Biloxi where people go and it's like kind of like a bachelor party place?
Is there some gambling there?
Yeah, they
like riverboat
casinos.
gambling.
Yeah.
Tunica?
Yeah, that's another one too. Yeah. I hear good things.
Screw the Grove. Go to Tuscaloosa. Doug, that's from In DeBoer We Trust, and he's getting ready for roll. Damn time.
I was around too many Alabama fans as it was last season at Ferrell Field.
Do they think they're the best fans in football?
Well, they have more of their claim's pretty strong, but they were pretty brutal.
There'd be a lot of college football fan bases that would believe they're the best fans in
The worst
football.
of college football fan bases are going to appear to be the absolute worst. Like all of the vocal minorities of every college football, especially in the SEC, are brutal.
You're thinking of Tiger Nationalists right now.
Tiger Nationalists, but every single fan base has a Tiger Nationalist, Volunteer Nationalist, Commodore Nationalist group of fans that are very vocal on social media, and you would think from the outside, like, wow, those people seem terrible. And then if you went to a game there, you'd be like, oh, these people are really nice and kind, and, you know, they love football just like I do.
But that's how the Cardinal wing of the best fans in baseball became the B-Fib.
Exactly.
Because that became representative of Cardinal fans. When in the true reality of Cardinal fans, at least at Busch Stadium, is probably the most polite fan base in baseball.
Just, respectful. Enjoy the game.
But I think you have to pretty much be filling up the stadium every game if you're going to be considered the best fans in any sport. And in college football, if you're filling, 90, 95,000 people every game, you got to be in the conversation for having the best fan base.
So tell Jackson Tennessee's the best fan base and watch them implode.
Well, they'd be one of them.
Not for me, dude.
How about that?
That'd be a new segment. Right after Rummage Sale, can we do Not For Me, Dude?
Jackson, you're in lockstep with your guy in DeBoer We Trust. Tennessee fans are actually the worst. The puke inside a pumpkin orange is the worst thing these eyes have ever seen. That's from In DeBoer We Trust. This guy's ready. He is ready.
That's the biggest disappointment of moving away from the SEC East/West divisions is not having a yearly visit with our friends from Tennessee. Loved it every year.
Did you stand on business?
I mean, that was incredibly cringe, but that victory was one of my favorites of the last 5 years. Maybe my favorite.
Chairman Kern, it looks like Justin Braze is in the Form Energy YouTube chat, and he cannot handle the fact that you stand. He says he's gobsmacked right now.
Try sitting next time.
I've done it.
Yeah. I don't want to get too detailed.
I just
be treated like a dog in a toilet, but it is easier, I would say.
I'll do an Instagram Live.
Did you guys do the porta potty thing yesterday?
We talked about it on ATMA.
ATMA. Saved it for
This is the gentleman stuck in there. There's a really funny picture of his head sticking out. He had a big smile on his face. I really enjoyed that.
The firefighter was not having it either.
Well, I mean, if you got that call and you're in the fire office, you're like, all right, what joker is it? Who falls into a porta potty?
Nobody.
It's not
impossible.
You fall into Tampa Bay. You don't fall into a porta potty.
That happened a lot of roads, Doug. Healthcare Evolution sponsors the 7 o'clock hour here on The Morning After, online at healthcare-evolution.com. Man, I had people reaching out to me yesterday, Papers, after they saw that lid.
I have people reach out to me a decent amount about Healthcare Evolution, and they should.
Yeah, they really should. That's Logan Taylor and his team at healthcare-evolution.com. Two main reasons to reach out regarding Healthcare Evolution. Number one, if you are in pain and you want to get in to see your doctor, but you can't get in to see your doctor for weeks, well, you can get same-day pain relief by going to healthcare-evolution.com. That's what I did with my shoulder. And then you got Jackie Papers here. And Jackson went out there and got a treatment for his hair, and he has experienced a rejuvenation that we have seen firsthand here on TMA. And if you watch on YouTube, when Jackson has that hat off, you can see the density of the hair rejuvenation, and it's only taken a few months. It's healthcare-evolution.com. They do free phone consultations. That's free phone consultations. And they are giving 70% off an in-person consultation for TMA listeners. Let them know you're a TMA listener. Go to healthcare-evolution.com. That's Healthcare Evolution. It is TMA. We've got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up in about 20 minutes on the Polos Plus dossier. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN.
Lunch recommendations, starting to think about it. If you've never been to the Village Bar, maybe this is the day or the weekend. You check it out here, what we've been talking about for so long. Best cheeseburger in town, great wings, waffle fries. I love that chef salad as well. And while you're at the Village Bar hanging out, you can sit out in a little back patio there, little front patio as well, right in front of the general store. That's the home to 1879. That's where they have all the merchandise, the products that you can buy. Tasting room is open noon to 5. On Saturdays, do a flight of the Red Barn vodka, sample the Dark Havana rum, find out about these award-winning spirits that are made right in back inside the barn at Village Bar. Such a great spot. Happy hour, dinner, lunch, hang with your family, your friends. The game will be on tonight. The soccer will be on all weekend. The games are always on. Food's always great. And while you're there, sample the products. Find out more at 1879distilling.com. See all the award-winning products and taste it for yourself next time you're at the Village Bar.
Doug, you want a more offset? You got it.
Okay, thank you.
Bing.
Just some more offset for you, Doug.
You wanted it? You got it.
Okay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN show, broadcast from the Stiefel studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers, Chairman Kurt, manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines, in addition to filtering the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, can you tell us about Design Air?
Design Air, yes, Tim. They're the longest-running sponsor here on Team A. But what's important to you, the listeners, they've been around St. Louis for more than a century. And as things have evolved, the technology with heating and cooling, obviously they've kept up to date with all the technology. But one thing is still true. That's the commitment to the customer. We call it customer. And that means when the repairman that Doug likes to talk about get into your home, they're going to do that repair. They're going to get it right the first time. A company that stands behind their work. Great team. That's what Seth Goldcamp has assembled, a great team of employees. Not going to try and upsell you. That's one of the downsides of the business. They make sure they don't do that at Design Air. So for your heating, your cooling year-round, the best thing to do is get that maintenance program. Sign up at designairservice.com. That way you have a regularly scheduled visit to make sure things are running properly. No surprises in the middle of the night when it's 100 degrees out or in the middle of the winter. Sign up at designairservice.com. Show your loyalty to them as they have been loyal to this here program.
That's right. Design Air sponsored the email today, which is coming your way here on the Polos Plus dossier. Ryan Howard, St. Louis, and talked it over with friend of the program, Doug. He also dropped ass in my parents' bathroom, Joe Roderick.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that was a tough spot, Martin.
Standing?
Well, I don't know on that. Timmy, what is the guy? The guy, he's in our bathroom, and he's been in there for a while. Strike a match, buddy.
What, this Roderick, he gets around. And I'm serious. Like, he's at the World Baseball Classic. Now he's at the All-Star
Super Bowls.
He was in Japan, wasn't he?
Jay, well, yeah, I think he was. Where do we get his travel budget?
Yeah, he's talking it over with Ryan Howard.
So before last night, how familiar were you with Jordan Walker?
Oh, I was very familiar with Jordan. The thing was like I didn't know the full field, and then when I found out Jordan was in the field, I was like, ooh, like he's a sleeper. He would be my sleeper.
The stadium last night, the way that it was acting, the crowd and everything, where would you rank that with times that you've been in here when it's been that loud?
It was definitely up there. Again, it goes to show the energy that takes place here in Philadelphia. It was a home run derby. It wasn't even a game. It was a home run derby. So to get that kind of excitement and that kind of energy, through the home run derby, you gotta understand, like, for the game, it could be, 5 times that.
Look, there it is. Ryan Howard with Joe Roderick.
Yeah. He seemed like he was in good spirits.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder if the All-Star game itself might be in a little bit of trouble, because it is so darn boring at times.
I'd say it's been in trouble for some time now.
I think maybe, yeah.
And I think Buster Olney was talking about it maybe on a pod, and part of it was he said the guys just keep opting out. It's like big stars don't want to be
what's
there.
the incentive?
That's the issue.
What's the incentive,
Yeah.
Well, love of the game.
It's a very good thing for those concerned about the baseball All-Star game, whereas the other All-Star games are just kind of whatever. If Caminero would have been lost for the season,
right?
You know what I mean?
Right.
What a break.
Yeah.
That he's expected to be in the lineup tonight for Tampa. That would have only added to it, I think. Yeah, but Shohei opted out, obviously. I was surprised that Sale went.
Judge opted out.
Well, Judge was hurt.
Right.
I can't recall. There was somebody else there for their 12th that I was kind of surprised was there. But either way, yeah, I think I agree with you, Doug. But you turn it on. You're excited about it, I guess. I am excited about it going in, and then you turn it on, and by the time Walker actually hit in the real game, there were more empty seats behind home plate than there were people in them.
Yeah, people paying thousands of dollars for their tickets and then can't wait to leave. That'll tell you something about how entertaining the game was.
Right.
I don't imagine they'd ever even consider doing away with it at this point. But
no.
I don't know what they could do to jazz it up a little bit.
I don't think it's the age-old question. Anytime there's any Pro Bowl, All-Star game for hockey or basketball, it's you're getting these guys who play long, grueling seasons and expecting them to provide high effort in a meaningless game where injuries are such a big deal. And if you even come close to getting injured, you would never play another All-Star game again.
But that's always been the case. You always had the top players going through long, grueling seasons, but It used to be they treated the All-Star game really importantly, and these were guys that didn't have $200 million contracts that were guaranteed.
That's what I'm saying. Teams are invested in them now for so much money. They're not going to even, if they were probably telling them, hey, take it easy. You know, if you're in basketball and you got another 30 games to play and then the playoffs, you're going to go tell your best player who you spend $280 million on over 4 years, you're going to say, take it easy.
Well, yeah, maybe basketball, but baseball, I think, is a little bit different.
Yeah, but then you have like what Tim
bat or two. And
sure, but then like what Tim said with Caminero, like guy takes one off the wrist, that goes differently and he breaks his wrist.
Well, I understand that, but that's been the case and a possibility since they started playing.
Okay, well,
All-Star
they've
games
come to
in
their
the 30s.
senses then. The teams have come to their senses. They were doing it wrong probably for the first one.
I don't know, it didn't
Maybe
feel
it's
wrong.
not
It
sportsmanlike.
felt great.
Yeah, I
it used
get
to
that.
be one of the biggest TV events of the summer.
But logically, does it make sense to give your 1,000% effort in something that's totally meaningless? And also, the Major League Baseball All-Star Game used to determine where the World Series was.
Yeah, for a
which
few
was
years.
Really dumb.
For a few
That
years,
was
anyway.
dumb. But I think it's just a power shift because back then, you think Stan and Red told the league no? They showed up. I mean, you were more subservient as a player to the game itself. Now the players, they got all the money, all the juice.
But that was pre-free agency even, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Back then, the power was with the ownership, the game itself, and now the players, as we can see when this whole lockout debate starts, they've got tons of power, and they're kind of saying, we don't want to do that. We don't do that. You've seen them accumulate so much money, therefore power, and they kind of just, I'm not going to that. Don't want to go to that. In the old days, you would never consider saying no.
And those guys were on, most of them, one-year contracts. If they get hurt, that was going to be it. And yet they still played. I don't remember it being a thing where people were opting out. It was considered a great honor.
Now, if Pete Rose smoked Ray Fosse in 2026, you imagine what sports radio and the discussion would be. This asshat just ruined our catcher. I don't think Ray Fosse was ever quite the same.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. But if this day and age, Ray Fosse would have been on a $10 million a year contract, it would have paid him anyway.
Right. Was he from Carbondale, Doug? Ray Fosse? I think there's a park named after him down there, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Money continues to ruin sport. That's from the closeted beatnik, Doug.
He's a beatnik, but he's in the closet with it.
That's correct.
He's got a beard and he wears baggy clothes and unshaven, unkempt.
Yeah.
But doesn't want anyone to know it.
Well, like really long hair, but like does it up when he goes to like his finance job.
Man bun.
Once the weekend hits, it's down, bandana around his neck or head.
Probably plays Frisbee with his dog.
Right.
We really workshop this, guys. All the details possible.
Yeah. Well, it's good to workshop.
The
Ray
program's
Fosse
called
was from Marion, Illinois.
Marion, Illinois.
Went to Carbondale.
There we go. So everybody's right when it's all said and done. Get involved on the program by emailing in because that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up here on the presentation. Guys, I'm podcasting. What the hell is the first 10 minutes? I feel like I'm on acid. That's from Jugs in D.C. Jackson, you got to take us back 2 hours and 20 minutes ago. What were we talking about that makes Jugs in D.C. feel like he was on acid?
Didn't we talk about the doggies?
Yeah, that was
We
Doug's
debated
lifetime
the
roofing lead.
Yeah.
And then we got into the lockout, and then we went a lot of directions in the opening segment.
Maybe there's another closeted beatnik dipping into his psychedelics early.
We kind of had a rummage sale right out of the gate.
Yeah, Jackson's rummage sale is on the Polos Plus dossier, but the lifetime roofing lead was the doggies getting the win last night over Sporting KC. Lifetime Roofing is online at lifetimeroofingstl.com. That's Dustin McClendon's business, and Dustin McClendon wants people to know that this is locally owned, it's veteran owned, and if you are in the market for roofing or for siding from James Hardy Siding, know that they are literal lifetime warranties. Ask about their literal lifetime warranty when you call 314-800-0426 or go online at lifetimeroofingstl.com. Serving the St. Louis metro area since 2005. It's veteran and locally owned business. It's Lifetime Roofing, sponsor of the Lifetime Roofing lead here on TMA. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up next on your polosplus.com dossier. This is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Yeah, I like this song, Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. Is this Lolita Holloway? Is that right? Lolita Holloway? And 6 years later, he'd be Dirk Diggler. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, stunning.
And now he gets up at 3 and works out and then plays golf every morning in like 90 minutes. Is that the deal?
Is that fun?
I don't think. Part of the enjoyment of golf to me is just like being out and like kind of hanging out. Like the rushing wouldn't.
Right. I thought that was the whole point of golf, is a little bit of the chopping it up.
It's like Boston fun, you know? It's
Boston fun? What's
fun,
Boston
but stressful.
What in the world?
That's interesting now because the other person that I think of locally who loves to play fast is Walter.
Boston.
Huh.
Boston fun.
Interesting.
I think it has something to do with the big dig.
I could see that.
Yeah.
You almost have to play by yourself if you're playing that fast, though,
I think
don't
he
you?
plays like with like 2 other buddies who he trusts to play quick.
Isn't Michael Jordan that way at the Grove? Like they just blast on by?
Yes. Brisk pace.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to have some nonsense in front of him. But who wants to have the nonsense?
Right. But he plays 36 a day. You're going to want to.
And you just get out of the way if Jordan's coming through?
Better believe
That's just known?
Yes. It's like an ambulance down the street. And you're at his place.
I saw that Marty Fish. Does anybody know who Marty Fish is? I know more for his celebrity golf than I do for
he's always the
his
guy.
tennis player.
He's always at the top of the American
I think he won I think he won it this weekend.
Yeah.
I think
he's like always at the top.
And he was on Rich Eisen's show this week talking about how he got invited to play with Jordan. And he goes, I didn't know what he's used to playing for, so I went and got $15,000 from the bank just to bring it with me.
Yeah, that'll cover the first couple holes.
But the thing is, and I think this is what Jay Randolph Jr. said about he doesn't care about because it's like 15,000 is going to like.
No, certainly.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It just doesn't matter. It's all.
He just wants to take the money from you.
Exactly. And so he said, all right, what do you want to do? And Marty Fish, he goes, how about 200, 400 Nassau? And he's like, yeah. And he goes, I wound up winning $400 from Jordan. And he was frustrated by the way he was playing. He goes, here's just $400. I'm done. Because he was mad about the way he was playing. But it isn't about the amount because he could lose $1 million. It's not going to matter.
Not like it was
he just wants
10
to
million.
beat you.
Yeah.
That's
he literally the you pulling the money out of your pocket and putting it in his hand is all he wants.
Yeah.
He's sick.
He wants to cuck you?
Yeah, badly. And he's been doing that since he was probably at Laney High School.
I think he's passing people in the drive-thru at a restaurant. Just he can't take it. He just has to win. He gets the wrong order, but he just goes around.
Yeah, probably.
From the 479, what is the area code of 479? What do you think,
Let's
Martin?
take some guesses.
Take some guess. Are you going to look it up?
Yeah, I'll
look it up. We'll guess.
Okay. You guys want a hint?
Yes, you got to have a hint. Otherwise, it could be anything.
Yeah.
Midwest, Southern Midwest.
Did you say Southern Midwest?
Southern Midwest.
I don't even know what it is. Yeah, I mean,
it's in Arkansas.
I don't consider Arkansas Southern Midwest.
What would you consider that? Just straight south?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, now I've got to be an expert on this. This is my
Fort
turf.
Smith.
Yes. Doug nailed it.
Oh,
Did you send this text in?
No.
Northwestern Arkansas, Bentonville, Fayetteville, Fort Smith, Rogers, and Springdale.
Question for Papers and Tim from the 479. Watched an old YouTube video yesterday from a scramble between you guys at Meadowbrook and noticed you two using push carts. Doug and Iggy were in a cart. What is the preferred push cart brand you guys are using?
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Whatever they got.
The preferred push cart.
I like someone getting in the weeds like that.
Oh, crying out loud. Any
That's
cart
not
will
the
do.
I honestly thought it was going to have something to do with like Jordan and something along those lines because we were talking about Jordan, but no, it was a push cart brand question.
Right, which is better, honestly.
Do you even know a brand of a push cart?
I don't.
My dad has a real nice one.
Is that right?
Yeah, but he used, but yeah,
do push carts.
Yeah, but that was probably the last round in which I used a push cart. So.
I've seen some guys recently with the remote controlled cart.
Oh yeah,
just
those are popular. They're pretty cool.
That might be kind of fun to play.
For sure. Yeah. When I walk, I carry usually, but my bag is really light. So that round in Meadowbrook was probably the last time I used a push cart.
I'm not carrying squat.
It's fun at like a flat 9-hole. That's
it's
easy.
not fun to carry.
Yeah, it is.
Really?
No, it's no fun. Why would that be fun?
On a beautiful day?
Why don't I just get some weights and walk around with them?
I do enjoy it.
Well, it makes something like that, like cardio, and you're putting some 30, 35 pounds on your back, it makes it really easy because you're doing something fun. It's like passive exercise. It's like playing pickup basketball, as opposed to going out and running 2 miles, which is, pretty boring. If you're going to do cardio that day.
If I'm going to spend a lot of money to golf, I don't want to do much work. I just want to play and enjoy the whole thing.
You pay less when you walk.
Think about it.
Well, you still pay.
I can go play the Highlands after work for $20 with walking. Pretty square deal if you ask me.
How much is that round of gateway costing you today?
Pretty penny, I think.
Is that right?
Probably.
You don't even know, though. You don't even need to know. That's what it's like. Tap at
Whatever.
Flush Wealth.
Put it up on there. I'll tap my card. I haven't played.
It just doesn't matter.
Well, I haven't
playing golf with Jordan. Wow.
I haven't played in a couple of weeks, and I've been desperate to get back out there.
And you're playing Ambry tomorrow?
No, Spencer T tomorrow.
Oh. Big Metro East golf weekend for Papers.
Always is.
Different group each day?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I wasn't available.
Yeah. Guess my.
Let's ask the question that everyone's wondering. Do you play golf?
That's the question everyone's wondering.
Because it feels like any time where there's a possibility of all of us playing golf, you're like,
I was in. Has a television gig.
I get it from a work standpoint that it's hard for you to have.
Still had to go in there and do that?
Right, 4 or 5 hours, but I don't even know.
Monday, I was honestly in until we had a meeting about golf at the old Two Fox about the BMW. I was planning on playing at least half of the round there, but the answer is no, not much.
Okay.
Probably 3 or 4 times a year.
Okay.
It's my honest answer.
Sure.
But I just want to pal around with my little buddy, and I just can't get an invite to him.
No, trust me.
Every Village Bar invite is...
Papers has his 20-something friends, and they chase that 20-something ass.
There's still ass chasing going on.
Hey, who brought the old man?
In fact, quite the opposite.
He wants to hang out with Jackson. Jackson said if we just do it this one time, he'll leave us alone.
Seeing how some people act around, whether it's like beverage cart girls, for years, I've become hypersensitive the other way, where it's just like, God, we don't need anything, or we do. Just can we have some drinks and let's keep it moving here, because that is a sad sight to behold when you see it. And
By some of your friends too?
No, never my friends, but certainly from folks older than me.
55-year-old guy who thinks he's got a shot if he gives her a $5 tip.
Yeah, some canned line. It's like, oh God.
Yeah, you got a bird in the nest over there.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And Hey, cuties. Welcome to the roast of Brandon Walker. Brandon Walker is what happens when a regional sports radio caller gains access to a microphone, a payroll system, and just enough confidence to mistake volume for intelligence. He looks like he was assembled in a lab using spare parts from 3 different dads at a Little League tournament and then released into the wild with a permanent facial expression that says he just lost an argument to a gas station cashier. His brain appears to be an abandoned storage unit where bad sports takes go to die, and somehow every opinion that comes out of it has the confidence of a Supreme Court ruling and the analytical depth of a guy yelling at ESPN from a recliner with one sock on. He has the rare ability to be simultaneously smug, confused, loud, defensive, and completely wrong, often within the same sentence, like a human comment section that learned how to sweat through a polo shirt. Watching him argue is like watching a raccoon fight a vending machine. Chaotic, emotionally committed, and absolutely no indication that a productive outcome is coming. The man has built an entire career around yelling predictions with the confidence of a prophet and the accuracy of a coin tossed by a drunk. Yet somehow, every miss becomes a conspiracy, a technicality, or evidence that the universe itself is biased against him. Brandon Walker doesn't enter a debate. He crashes into it head first, immediately forgets the original point, accuses everyone else of cheating, and then celebrates surviving the wreckage as though he just won the Super Bowl. He is less a sports personality and more a weather event with opinions. Doug, that's from the Never-Ending Wipe, August 2025 TMA Listener of the Month.
Okay. A lot of detail there.
I like Brandon Walker, to be honest with you.
Never-Ending Wipe.
His college football stuff is really good.
Morning, sentences. First off, this is for Doug. One of my classmates once took a recreational in a graham cracker box on a religious retreat. Think about it.
Ugh.
Oh, in the graham cracker box?
I just read what's in the
Like Honey Maid?
Religious retreat.
God bless America. It's smoky out here today. It would be reasonable for one to come to the conclusion that Quebec is filled with nothing but Pepe the Plowhawks. It smells like a campfire out here, and my eyes are burning worse than they would if I was locked in Ken's Hoosier hovel for 20 minutes. Fortunately, though, it's a Friday in Washington, and everybody knows what that means. We're putting Doug's tax dollars to good use and doing absolutely nothing. Hitting the old weed house, then boot scooting back out to West Virginia, all while beating the taste out of Saratoga's mouth. This weekend's destination, Martin asks, one Jennings Randolph Lake. How about that?
Nice.
In honor of the great Jay Jr., my singular goal on this trip is to suckle as many toes as possible, male or female. Don't kink shame. I will be sending the expenses to Doug's Forefox. He okayed the excursion while howling at the moon and showing all of Prussia his 50 states. Anyways, go Cardinals. Doug, that's Jugs, and he's in Maryland.
Jugs in Maryland.
You know, life's funny. Here I'm thinking, maybe I sound give up.
Should give up.
I mean, I'm engaged. He's married. Maybe it'll never happen. And then I podcast to hear some of the incredible things Tim has said this week. And I noticed something very subtle, but it's definitely there. When Doug says my government name, there's definitely a flirtation tone. So I'm thinking I should come in next week and present him with my oral argument for us to hook up.
No.
Sincerely, a game of inches.
A game of inches. What's his government name?
Those are classified. If you take a look at the regulations.
Well, he said when I mentioned it, so I must have said it.
Might be a realtor.
Oh, Kevin Miller. Okay. Kevin Miller.
And finally, dear Dossier, family game night is tonight, a mere 90 minutes away, because everyone knows I don't drive at night. I cleared my calendar and spent the day brainstorming transportation solutions. First, I suggested they move the location of my hovel. My niece responded by asking whether the fire marshal would be invited or just arrive on his own. She also reminded me that my nephew has a sparrow allergy. What a convenient excuse. And then I proposed a rideshare model where everyone contributes money to my transportation costs. Since my attendance improves the event, this is less of an expense and more of an investment. To help offset costs, I'm also bringing 2 bags of laundry. It's peak efficiency. I also watched a little LPGA today, and of course, Tarico was on the broadcast. He kept talking about positivity, resilience, preparation, and gratitude. Meanwhile, I'm desperately trying to locate a family member willing to transport me and my laundry across county lines. It's all absurd. Eventually, I deployed my emergency option and texted Jake Reynolds. Coincidentally, he just happened to be parked right outside my house across the street.
How convenient.
He gladly offered me a ride and also volunteered to wash my clothes during game night. What a gentleman. Some would describe this arrangement as unsettling and disturbing. I prefer to think of it as a testament to the loyalty I've inspired over the years. Toodles, that's from the TMA Troubadour. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. What we'll do is we'll vote, and then we'll announce the winner at 10:55, and then BK and Ferrari will come in here and do the program from 11 to 2, and then you'll have the fast lane from 2 to 6. Martin, you're headed to onboarding. The Friday one is always kind of fun. They always do fun things for Fridays.
We like to recap the week that was. We had the driving safety course. Actually, Kioski stopped by. He took us all out into the parking lot.
Oh, is that right?
Then we kind of walk through speed limits and such, and just beware.
Yeah, heads up in case there are any ne'er-do-wells.
And this kind of training has been going on for like 2 years now.
Every once in a while, it's about your teammates and like if you feel hurt, Doug, because they don't include you in their golf outings.
Oh my!
And you kind of like,
wow, yeah, how to build morale.
Emotions are real, and we recognize all emotions, Doug.
You're hurting a little bit.
Yeah, we want everyone to feel welcome.
Papers don't cur.
I don't care.
Clearly.
Chairman Kurt, it looks like something's going on over there. Hold on. Uh-oh. Martin, you might want to tell Jaime what's going on, Chairman.
Somebody wants to give Martin an update on Judge Reinhold before he leaves.
Oh, is it Craig O'Neill?
It is.
Oh, okay, I was actually going to call him out on the text line.
What happened? Was this a text?
He chimes in on all things Arkansas, and I saw it today, and I'm like, wait a minute. He owed us Judge Reinhold audio because the great Judge Reinhold.
Of course.
Would grab the PA at Travelers.
All right, I want to hear this. Yeah. North Little Rock. Yes, Craig O'Neill. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, Martin, I'm sorry for the delay on that.
Yep.
I just pulled out of the parking lot of Dickey Stevens Park, home of the Arkansas Travelers, going on a fact-finding mission. I was hoping to have video I could send to you, They did not have video, but they are cutting some audio that's going to date back to 2018. I will send your way when it is ready, of him going off on the audience.
So has it happened recently?
No.
Okay.
It was before COVID.
Yeah, so
it was.
but we're dusting it off. We're going to find is what you're saying.
Dusting it off, getting it organized and ready for you, and I will send your way via email when it is ready.
Okay. So we got an update there, Tim.
All right. Doug, we have been briefed
Nice
by
update.
Judge Reinhold's official source in Little Rock. That's Craig O'Neill, who I worked with at my time at KTHV TV.
Oh, yeah. I'll be darned.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's nice to get that squared away.
Because Judge Reinhold would just grab the mic.
Berate people.
Berate people. I didn't see that coming. I got to check
That is correct. They were going to have to blurb a couple words out, but besides that, we should be good to go.
How's everybody in the 479?
That's Northwest Arkansas, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's Northwest Arkansas. They're doing a lot better than the 501.
Yeah, 501 is what I remember the area code. Is that
the
do they have more
479
than
is
one
kinda
area code
fancy.
down there now?
Yeah, 501's Little Rock, Central Arkansas. 479 is where the money is. We're doing as bad as St. Louis downtown is.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. it's
How's
not
that
good.
Quapaw district? That was like the Soulard to me. That's where I lived when I lived there.
Well, I was going to drive that way and see if I could find where you lived and see where the plaque was.
Nice.
But I'll keep you updated on that.
Yeah. Doug, I think I lived on 5th Street.
Oh, did you?
Just a couple blocks away from the TV station. Yeah.
Close to the Clintons?
Yeah, actually, like 2 blocks to the north of the governor's mansion. Actually,
Really?
it was Mike Huckabee was the governor at the time, and I remember my parents came down to drop me off as my first job, and my mom started weeping when she saw where I had chosen to live. So I chose a lovely spot.
It was a downgrade from college.
Yeah, the Sigma Chi house at 500 South College. Craig O'Neill, anything else going on? How's Dawn Scott?
Don Scott is retired.
I
but
worked
no,
with her.
that's
She was the
it.
lead anchor at KTH.
Doug sucked my butt.
Excuse me?
Jeez. That's why he called
That-
all of
what
that.
was that?
Was just a setup.
Pot him down.
Writing notes
Pot him
over
down.
there, and he got hit.
What happened?
Wow.
I thought he was a legit
He had the request to Doug.
journalist. Well,
Fridays, some things he's.
You never know. That's why Friday onboarding so fun.
The downturn of Little Rock has turned him rabid.
We were getting an
With
update
Ferrell.
on a veteran newscaster, and that came out of his mouth?
It hit you so fast you didn't have time to react.
Well, this is related. Holy hell, this show is god awful. Hardly any sports talk. The Blues schedule was released yesterday.
Yes.
No mention as to how tough the start could be. As Douglas would say, it's going to be a toughie because they start at Dallas. The next night they're at Colorado. That's a toughie. Blues signed McMichael. No mention. Golf talk? Absolutely. Bring back sports talk radio in St. Louis. I feel sorry for Doug that he's been reduced to this.
Me too.
You've been...
I don't see this text, or is this like a DM?
There's a handful back here. They do not have a name. It looks like their first ever text
Oh, wow.
to 101 ESPN.
Well, first one from that number.
But it's the 10 o'clock hour. These guys have plenty of time to read the entire schedule.
It could be fun. Doug, you want to go through?
Doug, do you have any Douglas handy papers? Because for this listener, in the old days, we had a caller who would actually give you the full schedule.
Right.
San Jose.
Now, which do you think is the pivotal game there? I'm thinking Nashville.
Yeah, I think the pivotal game going to be Nashville.
Yep.
And then they're home for 3 games against Chicago, Anaheim, and Columbus. And then they are home, and then they go through Columbus, then Chicago, then Carolina, then Tampa Bay.
Did you say Tampa? Do you say Tampa Bay?
Tampa Bay.
Okay. Yeah. That'll be a good one.
Then they go to Anaheim,
What
then
else?
LA, and then Phoenix. That's in March.
Phoenix, Arizona puts the heat up on you.
Yeah.
So that was Douglas. He would call in. I
that's
don't know
what
if he's
that guy wants.
available, but he's always
That guy
welcome.
seems like it's not the case because baseball hasn't been played for a while, but he seems like he would love the homer roll.
Oh, yeah.
Roll.
Whenever people text in like talk sports, it really makes me like, all right, let's do a homer roll.
The homer. You're going to get him good?
Yeah, but let's see if you're actually about it.
Be a tough week for the homer roll.
Yeah, because if you don't want us at the homer roll, you can't have us, talking about chairman standing.
Chairman.
I don't know. Yeah, you got straight shot there as you walked in.
Gateway Dreamfields, I believe, is the one that introduced, if I'm not mistaken, that we were collecting cash from St. Louis University to talk about the Billikens.
Right.
And he wants us to know that the Cardinal 2027 schedule was released as well.
We talked about how awkward that was.
Yeah.
NHL, hey, here's our season.
It was a cucking.
Baseball, nope, here's our season.
I think, wouldn't you think there'd be some semblance of coordination or there an awareness in the office? Like, hey, well, this probably wouldn't be the day to do it because they're doing it. Or, hey, guy I know at NHL, I'll talk to you over here at MLB. Let's make sure that we don't.
Some synergy.
Right.
Yeah, I would think.
There was probably no communication whatsoever.
It's just so odd. Yeah, I saw the article yesterday on STLtoday.com when the Cardinals schedule came out. I go, this is the day the Blues schedule came out. Why would they do this?
I would have to think it's something to do with the labor negotiations in some way, somehow. I don't know how it relates to it, but that's the only thing that I can think of.
It's month and a half earlier than they announced it last year?
Yeah.
Just apropos of nothing.
Right.
Well, we'll read the schedules, Doug. And also, you were surprised that McMichael got 6. We'll tell you why.
No.
Coming up.
Okay.
Martin's headed onboarding. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
For 135 years now, Stifel has helped individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis way back in 1890, Stifel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stifel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives. Whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth, that same long-term mindset is why Stifel proudly supports TMA, because they know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Independence, integrity, innovation, the values Americans and Stifel have embodied since day one. On the 250th anniversary of this great nation, Stifel is proud to say doing things our way is exactly what has helped so many Americans' dreams come true in such a profoundly American way. Stifel, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals back in action tonight in Phoenix, 8:40 p.m. first pitch. Mike McGreevy on the mound for the Redbirds, Merrill Kelly on the mound for the Serpents. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
All right, Doug, here we go.
Okay.
Blues open up against the Stars on October 2nd.
Okay.
In Dallas. And then back-to-back against the Avalanche.
Oh, no. No.
Yeah, Friday, Saturday.
Okay.
A couple days off. I guess, do you think they'll come back to St. Louis because they don't play again until the 6th?
Well, that remains to be seen.
I would think so. And they're in Chicago, so it'd be fun to see our friends from the Central early on.
It sure would be.
Kind of like how the Cardinals, when that schedule was announced yesterday as well, will start off with the Reds and the Cubs. So that's fun. We're going to see our friends from the Central there.
Okay.
But now we're going to get a little home tilt. San Jose Sharks on the 8th, day off, and then Columbus Blue Jackets. So Missouri, Florida in the morning or afternoon. No, morning, because that's the 10th. Texas A&M, 11 o'clock. And then Columbus Blue Jackets at night.
They don't play a day game until October 31st, Halloween. They don't want to contend with the Halloween festivities at night. So they'll play at Detroit that afternoon.
Yeah, they'll be up at Little Caesars.
Uh-huh.
You like Little Caesars?
I don't mind it. If I'm hungry, just about any pizza will do. It's unusual.
Thanksgiving pizza?
Except for that one. That's one of the only really horrible pizzas I've ever had. It's hard to ruin pizza.
Fun little homestand after the trip to Ottawa and Minnesota and Nashville for the 13th, 15th, and 17th in October. They'll take on the Jets, VGK, the Hurricanes, L'Habitat, and the Bruins.
We really are going to go through this whole darn schedule, aren't we?
I mean, he wanted it. I want to do it.
Okay.
It makes for great radio.
They've already got ticket prices for these games.
Doug, which game's going to be the pivotal game there? That's from the unknown DJ.
Pivotal game?
Is this really what this guy wants to talk about?
I would say I'm looking at the pivotal game maybe being at one April 3rd at L.A. We could be contending with the Kings for a playoff spot. So I really look at that April 3rd, 9:30 start with tickets as low as $69 as the pivotal game on the schedule.
Bryson Birdie start. Keep an eye on him. Jackson's favorite player. It's from the closeted beatnik. Bryson is your favorite player?
Not by a long shot.
Okay.
Well, don't get mad about it.
Now, in DeBoer, we trust that it was free money that he was going to miss the cut. So which one are we on here?
I know. I'm not on Bryson missing the cut, nor am I a large fan of him. You know who I like is Shane Lowry. I love Shane Lowry, in fact. Anytime he's interviewed, sign me up. And another guy I love who I think is DFL is Patrick Harrington.
He's DFL?
He was as of yesterday.
Is that right?
Yeah, let's see.
God, it's amazing because he goes out on the PGA Tour Champions and he wins all the time.
Yeah. He was DFL yesterday. He is finished 9 over, but 1 over on his round today. So he was at 10 over as of yesterday, 9 over for the tournament. So Patrick, not going to be spending the weekend in Liverpool, but one of my favorite players.
Did you just gender me, Jackie boy? That's from the 314.
Did I? I don't know. Who the hell even are you?
Well, this is the guy who said, holy hell, this show is god-awful. Hardly any actual sports talk. Blues schedule was released yesterday. No mention as to how tough the start would be. The Blues signed McMichael. No mention. Golf talk? Absolutely. Bring back sports talk radio in St. Louis. I feel sorry for Doug that he's been reduced to this.
Okay, so it's a woman texting that in? It's fine.
Could have been my agent.
Doesn't change the fact that it was a bad text. Well, no, let me break that back. Funny text, but also...
Oh, you think it's performative?
No, unfortunately, I do not.
What are we supposed to talk about? Papers? Your stupid friends with the stupid nicknames like Oatmeal because he has massive areolas? Or Herb who has a crank bigger than my attorneys? That's from the Orson Woods Wacko.
Sounds pretty good to me.
We don't judge our friends by the size of their areolas.
We don't judge them by that, but we celebrate them despite it.
Oh.
Doug, sounds like you want to get to know the Morrison with Wackos attorney.
I don't.
Can we get a welfare check on Mr. Licks? It sounds concerning down in Atlanta.
Yeah, he went to the soccer game.
Yeah, we
haven't heard
haven't
from
heard
him
back from him.
since. I assume he survived it.
Maybe he went to the varsity and got a bad
Ugh, boy, that's horrible. You know,
cheeseburger.
You don't want to go there.
Maybe he went to Magic City and hasn't left.
Ooh, lemon peppy.
What's lemon peppy?
Chicken wings.
Lemon pepper wings.
Okay.
Jackson would for sure leave the bird nest door unlocked for Shane Lowry. That's from Doug's Ding Dong. What does that mean?
It's a classic thing, a classic TMA symptom is saying you like somebody, sports, music, acting, whatever, and then the next thing is like, oh, you want to date them. It's like the equivalent of like in the playground as a kid. You're like, oh yeah, I'm friends with this guy. He's like, why don't you marry him? It's the same level of intellect.
Get involved by texting in as well. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the program. And, of course, you are also welcome to call in 314-974-0101 like Callier and the Callier and Thompson phone lines like Craig O'Neill did earlier. Talk it over also in the Forum Energy YouTube chat, TMA STL YouTube channel. That's how you can participate in the program. And the program's called The Morning After, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Don't you think they'll have Navy caps on the road tonight? Because you never know what the hell the Diamondbacks are going to wear.
No, I don't believe they will have Navy caps. I hardly recall the last time I saw them.
I did look up earlier. It was opening day in Miami. I think it was April 4th, 2012, last time they opened the season with Navy caps.
Would that have been the debut
That was the
of Marlins?
debut, yeah, of that ballpark. That was, boy, you want to talk about a cringe thing. That was awful.
Who did they wheel somebody?
Muhammad Ali.
That's right.
It was awful.
Because when I was
Famed Miami legend.
When I was looking at the schedule, it was one against the Marlins, and then it went to a series with Milwaukee, and I didn't understand how
They
it
wanted
was
the Cardinals to open up that ballpark. They were defending world champions. I don't think they announced the schedule back on the All-Star break then for no reason. And that's when the Marlins, they had those uniforms for a couple of years.
Yeah,
they were debuting that awful ballpark.
That's when they had the nonsense out in the outfield, too.
Yeah, the Marlin jumping thing. God, what a just...
And they had the aquarium.
They tried maybe too hard.
Yeah, it would cost Miami taxpayers a ton of money, and they got duped.
It's so odd that baseball is so huge in Miami. Kids play it year-round. Cubans, it's a Cuban city for the most part. They love their baseball there, and they just could care less what happens to the Marlins.
Such a transit city,
Yeah. But baseball is huge. College baseball is huge down there.
Mm-hmm.
Not interested in the Marlins at all.
This podcast I love. Chris Carpenter's been on it.
Mm-hmm.
Who else we've played audio with? Was Rice Clayton, or that was a different one? Another Cardinals on it. To the Majors is the name of it, and it's Kevin
Pillar and Cody Allen.
Kevin Pillar and Cody Allen. Pillar bounced around, but certainly Blue Jays. Cody Allen was part of. Boy, I want to apologize. The Cleveland Indians.
Oof.
I apologize in the front end, which should make it okay.
Yes.
When they played the Cubs in 2016, and they get some really good interviews, good guests, like Chris Carpenter, and the guy you're going to see doing a whole lot of interviews, and some really thoughtful answers. And Doug, do you remember the pitcher Shawn Tolleson?
I remember the name, yeah.
Okay. So Shawn Tolleson, there's a whole point. Just trust me on it. You just got to trust me on it. Who did he pitch for?
I couldn't give you the name of the team.
Texas.
It was. I thought it was Rangers. All right. So he's on, and this is going to lead me to this Bryce Harper story. Jackson, you have the audio ready to go? He's talking about the goal of getting to the major leagues and then applying it to youth and travel baseball and the life goal.
Whether you would have just pitched one day in the big leagues or you got your 3 or 4 years, is that grind to get to the top absolutely worth it?
No. If that is the end goal for you, if that's all that matters, it's not worth it. Like, willpower will only get you so far. But so many guys get to the end of their career and it's kind of like now what? Like, who am I? I don't know. We hear these stories all the time of just this huge identity crisis of not even knowing what to do or who they are without the game of baseball. If making it to the big leagues is it's not worth it.
So Shawn Tolleson, not Shane, pitched with the Rangers. He was their pitcher of the year in the organization in 2015. And then he dealt with some issues with ligament surgery and then had to shut it down. So the point of that anecdote from that podcast was how he dedicated his whole life to getting to the major leagues. And then you get there, and then he says, guys just start to deal with, issues, especially if you don't stick. And it becomes something that once you're done, you then are on the other side of it and going, God, this was everything from whatever age it begins. And, in 2026, I think probably more so than all of our youths. Maybe Jackson, you didn't really play that much, but, it started at a later age, starts earlier now. And then you go, holy crap, it's over. And sometimes that can be in your 20s. So Bryce Harper did this interview with The Athletic, and he said he doesn't really want his son playing baseball. And he said, now, if he really wants to, and he loves it, he'll fully support him. But in an interview with The Athletic, Harper says he has a complicated relationship with the sport and the now intense high-pressure environment surrounding youth athletics. He expressed a desire to protect his children from those pressures, though he remains willing to step back and let them follow their own passions. His stance on youth baseball is what got the conversation going, and he made an overall commentary on the culture surrounding youth sports and travel ball, noting that parents are now getting caught up in rankings and having kids performing at these levels in these leagues where they're traveling, even in 8-year-old, 9-year-old leagues, when they're too young, instead of allowing them to just be kids, and saying that if he could go back, it's not sure that he would want to go through it again for his kids, not because he wouldn't want to do it, but because he doesn't necessarily think it's a way to really enjoy life. And now this is a guy sitting on, God only knows, hundreds of millions of dollars over his career earnings. But he is making the broader observation as somebody who is, was a prodigy and played in Las Vegas as a kid and was, considered to be one of the greats before he even got to the big leagues.
I would think it would be especially tough to go through all that as a kid, make it into the minor leagues, and then be one of these guys that spent 8 or 9 years in the minors and then never get your shot. And then you look up and you're almost 30 years old, didn't make the money, didn't really accomplish what you wanted, and then what do? Can't make a name the rest of your working years off what you did in the major leagues. That would really be tough.
And that's what Tolleson's kind of speaking to there, because and it's not like he was a guy on the periphery. Now, as we talk about him now, we had to go, hey, do you remember him? But a decade ago, he was the Rangers pitcher of the year. He was a prospect, but he then became what you're talking about. And for every one Bryce Harper, from guys who collected a paycheck, and that counts as anything, from any baseball organization, a major league organization, but not collecting a paycheck at the major league level, perhaps, or only getting your cup of coffee, as Tolleson was making reference to, just going, it's just not worth it. Now, I think probably for the vast majority of the people listening to us talk about this right now, and I would include myself in there, hearing him say that is what gave me pause, because I'd be like, God, it's kind of everything. You got to the major leagues, even if you didn't get to be Bryce Harper. How many people get to be Bryce Harper? But you got to the major leagues. And what Tolleson's observation is, it wasn't worth it. And on top of it, the story doesn't end when your career ends. Then it's really just beginning, because now this whole thing that was your entire life is over. And then it's been your identity, and now you got to figure out not only what you're going to do to enjoy life, but what you're going to do to earn a living. Right. And most of these guys have not earned much of a living. And it's a really, for me, because when I heard him say that, I'm like, God, that surprises me hearing him say it. But hell, he lived it, so he knows. And then you got Bryce Harper saying this in The Athletic, and I'm going, okay, maybe I'm not thinking of it the right way, because to me it's like, all right, you're in this ring of honor that you got to the major leagues, but here is a guy who is a surefire Hall of Famer in the case of Harper and has made hundreds of millions of dollars, saying he doesn't necessarily want that for his son. And a guy who did get there, was a prospect, not just kind of like a borderline guy, but then dealt with injury and saying, hey, it's just, when it gets down to it, it's not worth it.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like you spend your entire life with your purpose and everything you do being defined by your want to reach there. And then whenever it happens, whatever your career is, you don't then want the rest of your life to be defined by, I once played in the major leagues. You want purpose. And I think it's something that a lot of people in their mid to late 20s or early 30s or late 30s go through, is like, what is my purpose? What am I doing here? And when it's been baseball your entire life, and now that is completely gone from your life, I can imagine that's a really existential crisis that you might go through.
I would say that Shawn Tolleson would be the outlier. I would think most people would be thrilled that they got 4 full seasons in the major leagues. I suspect with Tolleson, it probably ended in a way he didn't want to end it, and maybe he's got a bad taste in his mouth. Just to say you played in 3 or 4 years, most people would love to have that on their resume. Anyone who ever started playing baseball, if you started at any age and you were told, listen, you're only going to get 4 years in the majors, you'd say, sign me up. You know, life is tough for a lot of 20-somethings trying to figure out what they want to do with life. It's kind of hard for me to feel sorry for a guy who got 4 full years in the major leagues and now he doesn't know what to do with himself. You know, cry me a river. Who among us wouldn't have loved to have played 4 years in the major leagues? I would have.
In fairness, I'm not sure his purpose of that was for people to feel sorry for him.
No, I understand that, but I would imagine he's the outlier, that most of them would say, I am so proud of what I was able to do. Even if I didn't get the 15-year career that ended in Cooperstown, I made it. I was there. I had the time of my life, got to do exactly what I wanted to do, clear up until they ripped the uniform off my back. I would suspect that it ended in a way that he really didn't want it to end or didn't think it should have ended, and he's just kind of a little disappointed in how it ended.
Fluffernutters fan page moderator texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, Tolleson made over $5 million in his career. He should be fine. But I think that hopefully adds credibility to the point. He did do quite fine. Certainly, I think, speaking to what you're saying, Doug, considering he was the Rangers pitcher of the year and then he had to retire just 4 years later and didn't get to pitch most of the next few years because of injury, he never achieved what I'm sure he thought was going to be the pace. But what he's making an observation on is it is not necessarily what you think it is, and it becomes, I mean, let's say a kid starts really getting into it at 8, just for the sake of a number, and then at whether it be 25, 30, if you're really lucky, and if you are still playing at 35, you've accumulated 8 figures. There's no way you can't, in 2026 anyway, that then there is this drop-off and the identity crisis. But I think you can say that about a variety of careers. The difference usually is you're not staring down, you know, the rest of your life being decades. You know, you're usually retiring and take your pick of whatever age range it is and not your 20s or 30s, as is the case for what he's making the point of. And then also that baseball has so many games relative to some other sports. At the same time, that's what I loved about it, is that I would have played every day if I could, you know, coming up.
And most people who love the game would love to have had the shot to play in the minor leagues and then in the major leagues.
Johnny Lode sure sounded thankful yesterday for his 2 years of hitting almost 300. That's in the Native American baller. Yeah, he said if he would have been told, what did he say? If I would have been told by God at the beginning of my life that I'd have 2 years, but then I'd be dealing with injuries ever since because of it, he goes, I'd take it in a heartbeat.
I think most of them would.
That's what I think.
And when they're 90 years old and they pass away and they write the obit, right up there near the front will be, he played Major League Baseball.
Fire me up, Doug. I'm ready to run through a brick wall for you. That's from Sugar Honey Iced Tea.
Okay, Sugar.
Maybe he should work at a steel mill or some other really hard job for 10 years. But his perspective be different. Soft and weak is no way to go through life. That's Miss 618. Papers.
I don't know why all eyes came to me.
Because I know
because that's just
because I know your fastball down the middle, and that's a fastball down the middle for you.
I mean, yeah, it's Friday. I'm gonna enjoy life today.
I think most people go into their athletic career, even the ones that are right at the top, the ones who are super talented, realizing this isn't going to last forever. And unless I'm really super lucky, I'm going to have to work at some point after this career. Nowadays, if you get, 3 or 4 years in any professional sport, you can shut it down.
Right.
But it hasn't always been that way. And there's a lot of people that do make it briefly and they can't shut it down. But I think that's understood by most normal thinking people, that this is not going to be the last time you have to go to work in your life.
Sure.
And it is, I'm sure it is a grind, but most careers are a grind when you're first getting started.
Here you are 92 years later.
Yeah, still doing it.
Yeah.
Doug almost never has good takes, but he's on fire today. That's from Palante as a nerd.
That's the second backhanded compliment you've gotten.
I know.
People's infatuation.
With backhanded compliments?
Yeah, it's like you got to get a pound of flesh. Too.
Yeah, I just think everybody, and that would include millions of people, whoever put on a baseball glove, desperate to keep continuing to play at the higher level, maybe someday the major leagues, and they don't quite make it. Then to hear a guy who played for 4 years saying, well, it's not really what you thought it was going to be. Sorry.
Right, but I would say, and I get what you're saying, but it's not like he won some lottery to get there. He did it because he put in probably more work than the person who desperately wanted
Not necessarily. Or he was more talented. He was bigger, stronger, could throw a baseball harder.
But it wasn't like some by chance he got
nobody
it.
Gave
because
it to
he was
him.
better. Right.
Nobody gave it to him.
Right.
But, there's a lot of people less talented that probably worked a hell of a lot harder than he did. Just didn't get there.
Sean Astin.
Rudy sacked the Georgia Tech quarterback.
Right.
Bust through the offensive line. Really good post here in the Form Energy YouTube chat. It's truly amazing. Tim has been able to sustain his greatness for as long as he has in the sport of radio. The sport of radio.
I needed a title.
Sport of radio? That's a title? There you go. You're welcome to share your thoughts by texting in, calling in, or by talking it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat. Call in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Text in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Preach, Doug! That's from the Big Show. Doug, just because you wear a leotard doesn't make you a ballerina. That's from the Prince of Glendale.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
I would probably agree with that.
You agree with the take?
But it does make me feel pretty.
Right.
Like
it's
that.
slimming.
Especially in the hips.
Yeah, right.
And then Simo Indians has sent in a picture. My view from Don Cesar in Florida while listening to the greatest show in radio. And Doug, it's a picture of a woman at a pool. Looks quite lovely. So I guess he's listening to our show and taking pictures of lovely women in bikinis and sending it into the Air Comfort Service text inbox while listening to this presentation.
Is that right?
I want to go swimming this weekend.
Are you?
Oh, I love a dip. No, I want to. I don't know if I will.
Where you fit a swim?
I don't know.
What about Mackenzie right there by Tower T?
No, thanks.
It's not open anymore. It's not open.
Is it a pool or a pond?
Yes.
Pond to be good for you.
It was a private pool club.
Private pool.
What was it, like a $50,000 downstroke?
No.
What was it? Probably $350.
And Cool Dell was another one. Remember that?
What about Guardian Hills? Remember that? It was right over there by St. Timothy.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
but then
think
you
it was
used to
that
be
one.
able to get like
I mean, it was Indian Hills, but they changed.
Guardian Hills. Those places always used to, you get like a candy bar, but it would be in the fridge or the freezer all day. Ooh.
Bill.
Frozen Milky Way on a hot pool day.
Yeah, those are good.
So where you finna swim?
I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to get the opportunity.
I was planning on buying an inflatable for my South City backyard.
No, it's got to be in the earth, please.
You got above ground, Sherman?
No, that's why I said I want to buy an inflatable and put it in my...
I see. I thought you'd like an inflatable, like a raft for your pool.
No.
No above ground or inflatables. I'm just, if I'm being picky.
Warson Woods has a private pool. Don't come there, papers. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Sounds like
private.
Yeah, seems like you really don't want people to come because you mentioned it.
Don Cesar's trash. That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup.
I've never heard of it.
Apparently it's in Tampa, according to the 314. Doug, are you familiar with that? Greg Vaughn is there?
I don't know that he's at that pool necessarily. I doubt it. Probably working because, like most, he didn't make it to the major leagues either.
Because he couldn't pull the damn ball.
No, he couldn't pull anything foul.
Can bomb that golf ball, though. I'll tell
Boy,
you
he had
that.
a great head of hair, too.
Hey, Jackson, how low you finna go today? That's from Big Tough.
We'll see. I haven't played in a while.
What tees are you playing?
Probably that
And
combo.
set the over-under. Okay.
That blue-white combo.
Let's see. I'm looking at the Hawk.
Hawk
Looks
is
like
down.
the Hawk is out of the northwest based on the flags.
You got 2X at the gateway.
So that's going to be a problem for you on 3. Doug, I'm going to set Jackson's over-under at 88.5.
Oh, under that.
Wow. Lottie frickin' da here.
Under that.
A lot of confidence.
Yeah, she's under 88. Probably.
Didn't you set your number at 94.5 at Belle Reve?
That was Belle Reve.
You going to pick up a lot of putts?
No. No, only those that are very close.
Okay.
I've been working on shorter putts, but I haven't played in forever, so we'll see. But I take the under on 88.5.
All right, Doug, take the under on it. So what do you think I should set it at? 82.5?
No. 80,
scoffed at 88.5, and then it's not going.
85.5, I would say, is probably a good number.
All right, Doug, what do you want to do?
I'm going to go ahead and go over.
A man under 30 playing combo tees is disgusting.
Oh,
Some
I
Johnny
don't know.
cakes.
Johnny Cakes. I like that. My favorite part of that Vito storyline in Sopranos is that he's just working as hard as he can, and he keeps checking his watch. That's been like an hour and a half, and that's what sends him back to a life of crime is one day's honest work, and he's gone immediately. Leaves his lover, leaves Vermont.
Johnny cakes, Doug. I don't know what this guy put in him.
I don't either.
The program's called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN. I have been working with Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage, and I cannot tell you how much of a delight it has been working with Ryan and Delmar Mortgage. If you are looking to buy a home, if you are looking to refinance, Ryan gives out his personal number for you to call or text, and that number is as follows, 618-593-3608. That's 618-593-3608. He is with Delmar Mortgage. Delmar Mortgage has been in business for 60 years, family-owned business. And Ryan has been in the industry for more than 2 decades, and he's been with Delmar Mortgage for 13 of those years. What you're going to get is a personal local touch, but with all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. Pre-approvals and fast-track options are going to make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents, and closings in as little as 2 weeks. The number for Ryan Luchtefeld, the personal number, 618-593-3608, or go online at delmarmortgage.com. Doug, I just opened up the Form Energy YouTube chat, and I see Jeremy Hodge says it's been 33 years since the Great Flood of 93.
Okay. Did it start on this date or something?
I wonder.
Boy, that was a heck of a flood.
I'm telling you, papers, you wouldn't even believe it, for real.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that even when I saw it firsthand, I remember thinking, Holy crap.
All of the Chesterfield Valley underwater.
It's crazy.
Water up almost halfway to the steps of the arch from the,
it's like
from the
biblical.
river. Yeah.
Crossing, let's see, I guess it's I-55 heading southbound over the river to Pear, and it looked like Lake Michigan.
Crazy.
Houses floating down the river.
Oh, my God.
On the Illinois side.
Floating down the river?
A couple of them, yeah.
Jesus.
One whole town. It was at Valmeyer, Illinois. I think the whole town was destroyed. They moved the town.
Jackson has put it out there that he would like to swim in your pool this weekend. And it sounds like you're getting some offers. Papers has an open invitation to my neighborhood pool. Surprisingly more filler and silicone enhancements than I expected in Fenton. That's from Carlos Spicewiener.
Okay. I like the Carlos. I like Louis Ween. He's a good guy.
Oh, yeah.
I just love taking the dip, man. I love to swim.
Never.
Oh, it's the best. In the summer, hot day.
And you had a pool right there in your backyard growing up.
Sure did. Small one, very small one, very old, but it was great. It wasn't heated, so you only had like a full month of the year where it was truly like optimal temperature. Best month of the year for sure. After a round of golf, just immediately jump in there. Oh, my God. Bring me back.
You're right as always, Douglas. That's from Jenna Tolles.
What does that mean?
I'm so glad Tim's talking over the masterpiece of this song.
He says, can't win.
No.
That's from the president of Special Projects. We have a vice president of Special Projects. That's the president of Special Projects.
Well, somebody's got to be in charge. And if this guy's the president, yeah, we'll take his lead.
Jackson, you can pee in my pool anytime. That's from the 314.
Nice. All right, that's another nice little offer there.
You didn't pee in your home pool, did you?
Yes, I did.
In your home pool?
Sure.
You doing a live read?
You know how much
we wouldn't even get out to go to the bathroom and you're at home?
Buckets of chlorine there every day. It would be part of my job. So I knew it was getting clean.
Maybe you wouldn't have needed so many buckets if you hadn't peed in it.
If you ever smelled that stuff straight from the source, straight from the bucket, that chlorine, that'll peel your eyelashes right off. So I was not worried. I would sometimes be impatient, jump in right after the chlorine went in there, and it feels like your eyeball is about to fall out of your head.
Oh.
Is that right?
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, you could singe your eyebrows right off.
I had a neighbor who had a pool years ago, and he was storing some kind of chemicals he put in the pool and just caught on fire.
Yeah, very flammable. They have giant signs on a lot of that stuff where it's like keeping like cool places, cool and slightly damp places because it's really flammable.
It can start on fire just because
I don't know if it can self-combust. I don't know if it can self-combust, but
yeah, he had a fire.
Yeah, pool maintenance. But I would do some pool maintenance at my uncle's house in Centralia, Illinois. They have a pool, some PVC work.
So the whole family has pools. Doggone it!
Yeah. Oh yeah, do some PVC work on there.
Yeah,
gotta get because you gotta get some of the backwater out onto the street. You gotta pump it, and so
Pump it, hottie.
Some of that work is very involved. I'd help my uncle out with that.
You talk about a sliding doors moment in St. Louis. How many athletes that were potentially stars and could have been great lost out because of the flood of '93. I personally was hitting my stride in 5th grade playing first base and throwing a nasty swerve from the left side. Doug, that's from the Heiser House Hooligan.
I'm sorry you missed a year or two of Little League there, but you probably had time to recover.
That was all that was keep. You think he's like in the VFW hall telling the stories?
I don't think that year of development probably can keep you from playing 10 years for the Yankees.
Hey, Mr. Unrelatable, talk more about your fancy pool. That's from Big Tuft.
Wasn't that fancy? Wasn't that big? But it did the job in a major way. Loved it.
Did you have the ladies over?
Probably.
Bikinis and weenies.
Oh.
That's from California Girls, Doug.
Okay.
Is it Snoop Dogg who said that?
I don't know who said it.
Benny Blanco produced. Yeah, probably. It was great.
Benny Blanco produced.
It was every summer we would have a pool party. It was great, man. It's awesome.
So all your friends had pools?
No.
Did you make fun of the kids who didn't have pools?
No, I was one of my friends when I was real little. I was probably one of the only ones with a pool. So popular house to come hang out at.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like you were used for your pool and people didn't really like you?
No, I don't feel that way at all.
Seems like it still bothers you.
No.
It's probably Party Central, though, in high school, your crib.
No.
As hard as you get after it?
No, it was not. Again, it's not. I didn't grow up in a big house, ranch style, no basement.
Just a slab?
That's right.
Oh, gosh. I don't even know you anymore.
But it was perfect for me and my parents. Loved it. They provided me a great living.
Jackson, go to the Lake of the Ozarks and go to Party Cove. It don't matter if you pee. That's some pork steak.
Doesn't matter.
Talk about your eyelashes being singed off.
Doug, Tito's and Speedos, martinis and bikinis. That's some starfish.
It's a shame when you really hit your stride at 10:52.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Get involved on the program. Text in, call in, and talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat with the Nipper School Monitor and the TMA remote lamp who says Olivet S.
That's where I grew up.
Seriously, Tim, just say the word and I will go shut down this TMA Reddit. I'm ready. What is going on? There's something that happened with Iggy in the TMA Reddit yesterday?
I can't begin to care.
Okay.
It's true.
But I don't know what it is. I thought Iggy was banned from the TMA Reddit.
Getting to the bottom of it would force me to go look at it, and the cure is worse than the disease.
Doug, the cure is where, have you ever heard that term?
I have, yeah, sure. Makes sense.
All right, I don't know what you're asking for, but Jackson's going to handle the TMA Reddit questions today. That's how we're going to handle it. That's how we have to handle it today. Okay. All right. Michael's Baths handled Martin's family and the bathroom update that they just completed here recently online at michaelsbaths.com. It's Michael's Baths with 3 decades of taking care of St. Louis area bathrooms, blending luxury, comfort, and smart design, all tailored to the way you live. They really do install premium products. You look at the before and after pictures and you can tell the difference. Martin's is really impressive. With 30 years of experience, all 5-star reviews, and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and VA recommended, Michael's Baths delivers craftsmanship you can trust without gimmicks or high-pressure sales. It's not a temporary fix or a quick cover-up. It really is a complete transformation. It's michaelsbaths.com. You can call 636-775-0800. You can ask about financing options, including 0% interest upon approval. Michael's Baths, family-owned, insured, and where everyday bathrooms become something exceptional. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Summer is here. The temperatures are hot. And if your home feels warmer than it should, your windows could be working against you. And old windows let the heat pour in. Your air conditioner has to work overtime just to keep up, and you end up paying for it every month on your energy bills. That is where Universal Windows Direct can really help you out. When you buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. That's one of their biggest offers of the year. The more windows you replace, the more you save. Plus, you'll get 48 months of 0% interest financing, same as cash. That's 4 full years to pay with no interest, making this the perfect time to invest in your home without stretching your budget. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, 48 months interest-free, same as cash, comfort, efficiency, and savings all summer long. Like me, you will be saying, I love my windows.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals, Diamondbacks back in action tonight, 8:40 p.m. first pitch. Mike McGreevy on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
It's the Morning After 101 ESPN. BK and Ferrell coming up here in a matter of moments. And Jackson Burkett has the winner of our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
TMA Troubadour.
Yeah.
Keep it rolling.
Yeah, just on a real heater. Kind of fun. Jackson, I think we need to pencil in a QFTA next week.
I'm ready.
Is that reasonable?
Sure.
So send your emails in for QFTA. Anything and everything is welcome. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Really would love an erotic story, but haven't gotten one in a while. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Bennett Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.